Progressive's Up Payment program provides down payment assistance for first-generation home.
I'm so sorry, you guys. The minute that I went to go live, the insurance company called. Thank you for hanging out. Lord, you guys waited on me 20 minutes. Debbie Nilsson, I adore you, lady. I will, Miss Christine passed away. Daisy has it on her community post. You guys, please go over and leave a beautiful comment. I went over and left a comment. You know, we are sending out prayers to the family. And of course, my heart is broken, and my heart is breaking for my friends. My friends adored Christine. I learned so much about Christine through my friends, and y'all know I'm here for you. You know I am. We're going to finish playing Bob Dylan, Knocking on Heaven's Door. Okay, hey, Kirst, I'm going to stop that song right there, you guys. It's a 15-minute song. We'll play a couple songs throughout. As I said before, I didn't personally know Christine, but Daisy and Diamonds and Debbie and Matthew did a wonderful job in letting people know Christine and what she was all about. I wish that I could have known her also. And it was, the situation is hard for me, and you know, I'm there for my friends if they need me, and I know that they know that. Oh, they did another one? Let me pull it up. I will pull it up, ma'am. Age progression. If I can spell it right. Photo of Summer Wells. Well, let's check it out. I'm going to drop the link if you want to take it, Kirst, if you have time today. I don't know if you do, but there is the link. And anyone can take it. The conversation is going to be part 2 of 6 Up, speaking with Ellie, Frank's Brad Hill's sister. Sorry, you guys. My mind is okay, sweetie. Thank you, Kirst. Let's check this out, you guys. Hold on. Let me share it with my screen. Oh, I was hoping it would take the link over. Wow. She is so beautiful. So beautiful. Hey, Ellie. Ellie, you're more than welcome to take the link too, honey, if you want to. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know, Minnie Pearl. It's sad. Okay, the TBI has released a new age progression photo of missing Hawkins County child Summer Wells. On Wednesday, I'll pull it up bigger. Forensic artist represents what Summer may look like today. They are continuing to pursue all leads. There we go. She is so beautiful. So beautiful. Debbie, I know that you're probably not going to stay in chat and I am good with that. So know that I'm here for you if you need me, okay? Which you already know that, I think. Wow. I wish I knew how to share my screen enough that we could take the last one and see how close it is to this one. That would be really interesting. I'm just low budget. And I do have 6Up's link in the description, so you guys can find her channel pretty easy. Just follow that link. I really like her channel, and it's very interesting to, you know, listen to her talk about Fred Hill and Ziggy. Because there's a lot of people who know more about Fred Hill and Ziggy than me. I can tell you that. Okay, so we are going to start where we left off. And let me get this situated here for everybody. Okay, so like I said, we're having a discussion. 6Up is talking to Ellie. Thank you for being here, Ellie. Thank you so much. Okay. I do appreciate you coming in, Ellie. I really do. I want you to know that. For real. Okay, so I think we ended this with speaking about when Fred pew-pewed the guy in the neck, I want to say. And what some of his charges were. Let me see. Because we were actually, they were talking about Fred, some of the shenanigans with Cotton. And I'm going to say this because this always stood out to me. And it is out there. The receipts are out there. Fred says that now they did say that Cotton had a substance in him. We all know what it is. And that somehow he had went to Fred's. He had money on him. Fred and Marvin followed Cotton because they were concerned, or Cotton was concerned, that he might get robbed of said money. So Fred and I believe it was Marvin followed him without Cotton's knowledge, which is weird to me because if you're going to be somebody's protector, I would think that you would let them know that you were following them. Hey, John Wick's a new member. Thank you, John. Thank you. I would think that you would let that person know, hey, okay, thank you, Kirst. So you would just think, I mean, that you would tell the person, hey, I'm keeping an eye on you. So don't be concerned about getting, robbed or whatever. Now, another thing that I was wondering, of course, we know Fred was given a lie detector test because he was stating information that law enforcement had not released about the passing of Cotton Simpson. I have a question. Did Cotton have that money on him when they found him? I don't know if anybody's ever asked that or if it's been told before. I do not know, but that's a question that I have. Was the money found on Cotton when they found his remains. You know that for a fact? Do you know that for a fact? You're saying no, but thank you, John Wick. Money was gone, I heard. Well, I would guess, excuse me, that the only people that would know that would be law enforcement, I guess. But I don't know. Okay, this is 6UP talking to Ellie, and I'm commentating on it in a little bit. Hopefully, Curse will be able to come up. She is very, she has a lot of wisdom when it comes to Fred and Ziggy. Okay, here we go. All right, hold on. I want to make sure you guys can hear this, and every once in a while, my stuff goes a little whack. And thank you guys for hanging out for 20 minutes. I appreciate that so much. And I apologize for that. For sure. Okay, here we go.
They knew that it was him, so it was less than a year. The sheriff's office reports deputies alerted in November 17th that a human skull had been found in the area of Cherry Lane and Church Hill. Sheriff Shawnee Lawson says the remains were sent to James H. Quaylen College of Medicine, and they were transferred to the National Center for Missing and Unidentified Person System in Fort Worth, Texas. Arnold was reported missing in Hawkins County, December 2016. Sheriff says that his remains were found on another property in a field behind his home. Deputies, along with other local and state agencies, conducted 3 separate searches of the area using cadaver canine grid searches. And according to the sheriff's office, Arnold's skeletal remains were found at the top of the ground in one general location.
And right now she's speaking of Jason Arnold.
So, Sheriff Lawson says the cause of the man's death is not yet determined. He asked if anyone has any information to contact the local sheriff. The number there is 423-272-6514. Again, hey, if you have any information, it looks like they probably still don't. If this hasn't been updated, I don't know a lot about the case, but I do know that these are Fred's people. I know that.
Yes,
I know
Fred's
that
people.
much.
Wow.
Why didn't he go to the funeral? No.
And that's a good question. That's something I keep asking. Where was he at? We see Laura in Dad's truck driving up down the road. I don't know where Fred was at. And Chad didn't come along. He had a buddy with him that sit on a tombstone and didn't move, didn't say a word. It was like he was sitting there to observe.
What did he look like?
It was very strange.
What did he look like?
And that is when Chad came to the funeral, and the only thing that he even said was a comment about Summer Wells. Am I mistaken there? Thank you, Poppy. That's 6UP's link right there too, you guys. Go check her out. You heard it on another channel. I just kind of, if something's in your opinion, please state that it's in your opinion. I'm not saying the other channel didn't know what they were talking about, but I didn't see it myself, so I'm not sure the context of how it was said or anything. But we do give our opinions over here, you guys, and I'm fine with any opinions that anyone has. My opinion, the opinion of this channel may not be the opinion of others, and I am completely okay with that, for sure.
Skinny dude, older. Well, I mean, about, Fred's age, I guess. Salt and pepper hair, cut real short. Must
Hey, Ellie, if you can answer this in chat, was Fred ever, did he mistreat animals at any time? Did he mistreat any animals that you can remember? I know it's probably a weird question, and believe me, everybody knows I ask weird questions over here. So just a question I had.
Ash.
Somebody
I know
said,
who it is.
yeah, I know you know. What is your connection to the
Yes.
Wells versus what Fred and Ziggy say it is? And I'm gonna go take a little 1 minute break. And if you ever do need a break, like you need to run off, get away from the microphone, let me know. But I'll go ahead and let you answer. What is your connection to the Wells versus what Fred and Ziggy, and mostly Ziggy, say it is?
A lot of times when people ask that, I'm not saying Fred's a serial unaliver, you guys, by any means. I'm not saying that. But a lot of times, if as children and up into teenagers and even adults, people who are harmful to animals, it's, and this is just me talking right now, but they say that it's like they don't have the emotions like others have, if that makes sense.
Well, I have an absolute zero connection. I've never met Don and Candace. I've never been on their property, in their driveway, in their house. I have no clue as to what he's referring to or who he thinks was up there partying, but it wasn't me. I've never had any connection to him. I've never.
And you know, I've said this before, and I think Jody Sue explained it once before. And you know, Jody explained it. There's different levels of knowing someone. There's different levels of, you know, the type of friendship. And so just because people were from that area does not mean they may know of each other. They may know the names, you know, heard the names or whatever, or even maybe years ago knew of these people or whatever. But it doesn't mean that they are, you know, personally associated with these people. A lot of people have said, I personally do not know the Wells. They have said that.
Never spoke to. None whatsoever.
Yes, Poppy. Thank you. Oh, wrong one.
Before
Hey,
their daughter went missing, and I seen their pictures on the news, I couldn't have told you who they were. There is absolutely zero connection. And if Ziggy thinks she's got a connection and she's got proof of it, I want to see it. I want to know what I've been doing because I have no clue as to what they're talking about.
and let me tell you, it drives me crazy when, and I have seen Ziggy do it. I've seen many people do it. They come out and they say something, and you know, it's believe me, but they never show any receipts. I'm a receipts kind of girl. I want to see the receipts.
Right?
I need to know. Somebody needs to update me of my episodes of amnesia because something's going on. I need to see some proof. You know, you're going to come on here and go 10 toes down on something, you bitch, you need to show something.
Yep.
You're going to accuse me of something, you need to show something.
I agree.
Oh, it's your birthday, Keith. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Late birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
That's
I mean,
my
Karen,
kind of
thank
girl.
you. You know what? Thank you for coming up
was
here
singing happy
and
birthday.
answering everybody's
I love
questions and being so open.
Oh, you're welcome.
I really do appreciate it. Chad was there. Little
Well,
Each said he spoke with Candace. He never spoken out though. Weird the Hills don't like to talk about him. I would like to mention that just because Fred said these things, right? And this is my question. Has Candace ever said that she's seen Chad that day? Does
I've
anybody
never
know
heard
the
it.
answer?
Did Candace say that, you guys? I don't remember. Did she come out and say she seen Chad that day? I thought she did, but I could be wrong. For sure.
Has anybody ever heard her say that?
I mean,
I mean,
personally heard her say
Chad and
that.
Jason's family seemed shocked to hear that Fred called Jason his best friend.
Oh, he
You
said he
never
was his
heard of
right
Poppy?
hand man, whatever that means.
See, and I'll say this again. I couldn't understand. Okay, so there was supposed to be conflict there with Fred and Chad or whatever, and hadn't spoke for a little while or something along those lines. Why did Chad allegedly be setting at Fred's, and he knew Fred wasn't home, supposedly, right? That kind of didn't make a lot of sense to me.
Tessie said maybe Chad wasn't there on June 15th. Maybe Chad is just another person that Fred has thrown under the bus. No, I don't think that Fred ever wanted that name to come out at all, ever. And then once it did, he had to,
From my understanding, Chad Arnold will not talk to Ziggy. And I'm not sure if him and Fred's had conversations, but that is absolutely true. We don't know if Chad Arnold was actually there that day. Thank you, Poppy.
save face, I think. That's my opinion. I think they're fucking. I'm just going to be quiet. I'm not a detective. I'm not an investigator. But I know that, I'm going to say that in my opinion, everything that Fred Hill has said from the very day that Ziggy met him that day was an attempt to look like he knew some kind of, an attempt to be something, to be wanted, to be heard. And also, she's paying him. Okay. We know for a fact.
Yes.
I can show receipts if they're needed.
Yes. Ziggy was taking care of Fred, basically. And especially when he was in jail.
That girl went down there. She gave him money. And didn't she give him weed too? Pretty sure she did.
That wouldn't surprise me.
So we have a girl that's going down there numerous times to look for Fred Hill, saying that she went several times looking for this guy, right? She wanted Fred to see Fred Hill. Brings him money and drugs. Okay.
Wow.
And so again.
Wow, because didn't she have her daughter with her when she would go down there? That's interesting.
He was active addiction. We know that everything that he has said that day has changed and turned, and oh my God.
And I'm sorry, but it keeps coming back to my mind, the statement that Ziggy said along the lines of, oh, I didn't know that they had a nicer place that they were staying with, a little further up in the holler or whatever, and I'd been coming here the whole time. So that tells me that she knew what was going on in the environment and where she was going to see Fred at. Also, she was talking to Don Wells at the time, so it wouldn't surprise me if Don didn't tell her, what he thought about, Fred.
Go to Deets on the Streets and check it out. Go to all the Fred Said videos that are put out.
Yes,
go to all the
Deets
videos that I've
too.
done. There is so much evidence to support that Ziggy and Fred Hill are fucking full of shit.
Oh, and I would love to know what Fred thinks I have done to try to set him up?
Yeah.
I would love to know. They sit and they act like I was on the phone.
But Ellie, they act like everybody was trying to set Fred up. They were saying that about Candace. Oh, I think Candace came to my house to set me up. Kind of weird, right? The way I've heard Candace talk about Fred, she's only did it one time that I know of, and said then that Fred scared her, or however she put it.
With law enforcement on a daily basis, and that's simply not true.
Thank you, Sage.
The only time I called law enforcement, because I mean, as the public, we were told if you see something, say something, right? If you see something that looks suspicious or out of place,
I'm gonna pull that up right now. I'm gonna send it to myself. So I'm gonna mute, and I'm gonna go ahead and send all them pictures and videos.
Thank you, John Wick. Thank you. Yes, Kels. It's very sad, ma'am. But yes, Christina passed.
To myself again. So you just keep talking, and I'm gonna pull that stuff up.
I mean, the only time that I called law enforcement was when I had went in the barn at Dad's, and in the loft was a body basket that you see search and rescue teams have, not something that the general public has. And I'm like, where the hell did that come from? What's that doing in Dad's barn? So yeah, obviously I'm going to call. I'm going to say, I don't know whose it is. I don't know where it come from, but this is in the barn. Why is it here? Does this look out of place to you?
Wow.
Because it's not something Dad would have. And the same day is the day that I found the box in that burn barrel that Fred had beside the barn that had a 24-pack empty Mountain Dew box with a white trash bag inside of it. And inside of the white trash bag was some wet, half-burnt women's lingerie and stockings tied up.
Oh, yeah, Ellie, you were with them when they found the lingerie, right? And they were half burnt? Well, I don't know if it was an actual body bag. Ellie would have to let us know about that.
And mind you, it was half burnt, but it was soaking wet in a bag, in a box, sitting in a burn barrel on top of dry ashes, like somebody just stuck it in there. Obviously, Fred was in jail. So the first thing that hit my mind is, well, the cat's away, the mice will play. Did somebody come up here after we went to jail and stick something in here? And something else I want to clear up. I did not say that it was Layla Santinello's lingerie. I said it was around the same time that she had went missing.
Wow.
That's all I said.
Body basket used for search and rescue. That's a weird thing to have, isn't it, Ellie? That is very interesting. Kels, just to let you know, the beginning, I was late coming in. So if you want to go to like a half hour after I started, you won't have to, sit through waiting on me and stuff. Yes, that is weird. So the lingerie, this is one thing that I have always said too. Anyone, especially with the wells, could and still can come up on those properties and put anything they want there. Anything that they want there. I mean, they could have been doing it the whole 4 years. I didn't never heard of the wells finding, anything like that on their property. But then we go back and, Fred talks about the backpack and clothes being in a washer. And that was after the initial search, right? So just really, That was my thought, considering Fred was in jail. Or maybe he's an undercover cross-dresser. I don't know. I, you know me. I have weird thoughts in my head. But I'm not saying he is, okay?
In a world where
Hold
you've
on,
constantly...
guys. Let me get through her commercial.
So what did I do, Fred, to set you up? Besides call law enforcement out to look at something that I felt was suspicious that I thought somebody could have put there.
Yeah, let me pull this video. I'm gonna pull this video and show this.
Just like
Yeah, because it sounds to me like you were trying to cover his back. See, this is what I seen, Ellie, and I could be wrong. When Fred and Ziggy had these ideas that you could help out in some way, then they were contacting you and, you know, hey, Ellie, could you do this or would you do that? And they like switched it up on you real quick. So, hey, TNT. So that was kind of strange to me because I'm like, why are you doing this to her now when you thought that she could be beneficial to you? You wasn't treating her that way, right? I got persecuted for it by friend Ziggy. Wow.
a 5-gallon bucket of drywall that appeared in that barn.
Wow.
The only person on Beach Creek on Ben Hill that I know that fools with drywall would be Dawn Wells.
Yeah.
So why did it appear in that barn? And I didn't even call the law over that. That was, I guess you found out about that from Julie telling you about it. It wasn't the law telling you about it. It was Julie, your sister, told you about it, me finding it there. And that appeared in the barn the same day that Cher had Dawn Wells driving up to your property to take video.
Yep.
Driving up to Fred's property. She had Dawn driving up to Fred's property to take video.
And you think I was trying to fix you up? No, honey. Wow. You're very sadly mistaken. I was reporting stuff that I seen that I didn't think had anything to do with you. But you know what? You can think what you want. And the second time that I called TBI was on Mom's property when I found,
interesting, dude,
in a ravine, there was what appeared to be 2 tarps with a bunch of ashes and put in that tarp, and it had been tied together and put in a ravine. You know, you're out in the country. Who in the world throws ashes? I mean, if you burn something, you throw ashes out on the ground for the rain to get rid of.
Yes.
You don't put it in a tarp and tie.
That is weird. So did they come and get the ashes to test them, Ellie? Wow.
Up and hide it in a ravine. So obviously,
because you guys found hair and didn't you find bone also that they came and got?
Well, yeah, it piqued my curiosity. I pull it open, scoop some of the ashes to the side with my foot, and what do I see but human hair in it?
There you go.
So yeah, I called TBI to come and get the human hair and
Thank God.
the 2 little bone fragments that I found in it. And yeah, they felt like that was a pretty huge deal, Fred.
Wow.
And that's the only 2 times that I ever called the authorities with any letters to their agency.
This is what I have noticed too. It seems like Fred and Ziggy, all the stories that they tell, you know, everything that they're saying, and everybody, you know, showing the contradictions and all of that stuff. It kind of seems like maybe they might be doing this so TBI, just anything to do with Fred and Ziggy, TBI are like, we're not dealing with them. We're not going to listen to what they say anymore. That's kind of weird to me. That's kind of weird to me.
About anything. So please tell me how I was trying to set you up. Law enforcement didn't tell you that I was trying to set you up. No, your schizophrenic mind was telling you that everybody on Beach Creek was trying to set you up.
Well, fuck, people. I mean, I don't know how many times I've heard stories from Fred of people being in the fucking woods or coming out. I mean, come on. He is very, very paranoid. And that is, I mean, come on. It's a very obvious and known symptom of methamphetamine abuse.
Yes. Robin, that is a good question. So I'm not sure Ellie says she thinks that. But that's interesting. Could it have been done so they could have more content? The only thing about that is Fred was in jail. Fred was in jail. So Ellie and, you know, the people that were with her were the ones that found it. But it absolutely is very, very strange.
Travel Geeks once said that we might have missed this. She might have missed this before. Is Ziggy really talking to your sister? And if so, is she really saying all of these things to Ziggy, especially after what Fred has done to her sister? Well, you can go ahead and answer that.
Well, I have an opinion about that. And no, Julie is not telling them no more than she has to get them out of her hair. You know that van that Fred drove to Indiana in?
The one.
Oh, wait, girls. Fred drove a van to Indiana. Ellie, how long ago was that? How long ago was that? If you remember. This is very, 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 very interesting to me.
He has sitting in the driveway still, yeah.
Yes. Now, this is just my opinion. And
was it a white van?
If I know my sister the way I think I know her, I'm probably pretty spot on. But, you know, you can tell me, Fred, if I'm hitting this nail on the head. She gave you that card to get you the fuck out of her house. You know how I know this? Because she still had a...
Summer of 2023. Oh, the tarps. You're talking about the tarps. It had been there long enough that the tarps were dry rotted. Wow. Hey, JW. Fred did a Ziggy trip.
Payday loan on that car. The title's not even clear. And that's a vehicle that even her daughter, which she would walk through hell and back for and do anything for, she wouldn't even give it to her because it wasn't paid off and didn't have no tags on it or nothing. But she gave it to you. My opinion is to get you the fuck up out of her house.
And also, she knows that eventually, if they're going to go looking for it, it's going to be up in Indiana, right? It's not going to be there, so they're not going to find it.
Exactly.
Oh man,
that was the price that she paid to get you the fuck out of her house.
Right. I think it's pretty obvious that
because Julie ain't stupid. She ain't going to sit and tell them a bunch of stuff. And the things that they have said, that Julie has said, I know 100% is bullshit. And that Julie wouldn't say it because it never happened.
Right.
So they're making that shit up too.
So it's actually really
hey, Marie.
Yeah, and it's actually, and then she says that all the time, that you're trying to divide. How?
I'm not trying to divide nobody.
She just now has been coming and talking and saying, Ziggy, I can go to your channel and pull up multiple live streams with Karen in the title, and you slam. Here we go. Here, let me play this real quick. Let's play this. This video is one. Let's tell us about the video. Let's let you tell it. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Sorry. When exactly was this video taken, Karen? Do you recall?
That was
this one was.
Oh my goodness. Toward the end of
was Fred really angry when you guys went and checked that property again? Ziggy tries to say the relationship really didn't start until Fred was in jail. And everything that he has said to her, she knows for a fact he's telling the truth. Hey, Sherry. Hey, Texas lady. Yeah, she feels like Fred does not tell a lie. For real.
June of that year, a couple of weeks after Fred was in jail.
So if I can find out an approximate date when he came, but I'd have to see the van. I would have to see the van and what it looked like. Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. Hey, Steiner. What do you mean, be for real? What do you mean by that? Be for real. Oh, thank you, Sherry. Okay.
By the way, that size was medium, 7'8", right?
Mm-hmm.
Really small.
This was found inside.
You see how the path burnt? Like it was kind of melted.
Yeah, he's got that.
But when I pulled it out of the bag, it was soaking wet. So somebody has took it out of somewhere and it's soaking wet after being partially burned, put it in a bag, tied it up, and put it in a box, and took it and stuck it in a burn barrel on 165 Ben Hill Road.
Who would take 15 minutes out of their time to do this? It's kind of silly, right? You already burn it. Yeah, this is weird.
That's not Laura's clothes. She didn't wear thigh-high stockings and lingerie.
Also, I want to point out that, again, that was medium size 7'8".
It was very small.
Very small. Also, I think that medium size 7'8" is like junior size. So I want to point that out. Very small.
Inside a bag. And it was soaking wet. But obviously it had been burnt at one point. And they still bagged it up and moved it. It was showed to the law. And they laughed and said it was probably a fire being covered up.
Look at that. That's the part. Okay.
I'm sorry, but seeing Fred Hill, I just don't know what female would have an affair and wear lingerie for him. But that's just me.
Is that your parents' burn barrel? Would that be their property?
No, that was on 165, but that was Fred's burn barrel that he had at 207 and moved down to 165 after Dad passed away.
Interesting.
What? Wow.
And I would have to, my common sense tells me that in order to move something of that size, he would have probably had to clean it out before he moved it.
I would
think. Of course, that's probably where the ashes came from that I found tied up in 2 tarps, hidden in a ravine with human hair in it.
Yeah, let me pull these pictures up.
Well, I wonder if law enforcement has maybe put that in for DNA testing. It's too bad they didn't contact you back, Ellie, and give you an idea of what could possibly be going on. But then again, if that evidence, I mean, whatever you found, somehow, possibly at some time, could possibly be used for evidence also. Maybe that's why they haven't contacted you back. Sorry, but how does she know what Laura might wear in the bedroom? Don't know. And okay, well, I hope you had a good time doing it, Sherry.
So please tell me, Fred, what is it in your opinion that I tried to call and set you up for when I never mentioned you to begin with? I was just reporting things that were out of place, out of ordinary.
Speculation station coming in hot. Marlena Crawford looks to be a 7-8. Ho, 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 ho. Okay, Slim. Was it Fred's lingerie? That's what I said, Marie. Maybe he was cross-dressing a little bit. I don't know, though. I don't know.
That anybody,
completely,
Karen.
that
no.
anybody.
And let me say this, if it was Laura's lingerie, why would she burn it? I mean, she got her a new man. Why would she burn her lingerie?
In their right mind should have called and reported.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at this picture, guys. I mean, I can zoom in, but that's human hair.
Wow.
It's long,
and that's the only thing that I heard the TBI agent say. The first one showed up, and I walked him up there, and I showed him what I had found, and we all walked back down the hill. The second TBI officer showed up, the agent.
Carly.
He walked over to his vehicle, and the only thing I did hear him say, they were talking in very hushed tones, but what I did hear him say was that that's definitely human hair. I think we've got a problem. And they proceeded to call Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, and 3 of their investigators showed up. And at that time, I took my leave. I got in my vehicle. I asked them, I said, do you need anything else from me? They said, no, we don't. I said, well, I'm leaving because this is for me all to pieces.
So if they confirmed that they believed that was human hair, now I can kind of see maybe why, if they determined that it was, I can see now why they didn't contact you back. Like I said, whatever happened to that individual, I'm sure is under some sort of investigation. Wow. Laura stole mom's socks, bras, and underwear just to have something to wear, and mom didn't know nothing like that. So she was actually taking your mom's undergarments to wear them? Fred's bangs. Yeah. It was covered in ashes, but it was blonde and about 8 to 10 inches long. Oh my gosh. Wow. Yes, it is a positive, JW, that the stuff was found and turned over. And because Ellie, it was like that stuff had been there for a while, right?
I need to leave. And I got the hell out of there and let them do their job. I didn't stick around to see who was saying what.
Right.
You
didn't want to work with the law enforcement.
There wasn't no working with them. That wasn't my bull, not my shit.
Right. Not much.
And one thing that always got me when, Fred was like, oh, Andy and Jody sat at the bottom of the hill for 4 days or whatever. And I'm like, well, how would you know that unless you were down at the bottom of the hill also, Fred? For sure. Well, I mean, I don't think Laura on anyone's live streams showed her undergarments off. I'm just saying. It had been there long enough for the tarps to dry rot. Wow.
Sarah, not my fucking problem. That's what I'll say.
Exactly.
All right. There is a part 2, so let me.
Roku Ads
Oh,
Manager
hold
puts
on,
Roku's reach within.
Okay, here we go. In it, I think. Hold on.
Why would somebody like Fred
Yeah.
have a need for a rescue team's body basket?
Those are not
Yeah.
Body to get out with.
not cheap either. But I do want to say, in his defense, I'm going to defend him on this one. Okay, he's a scrapper. Okay,
That's true.
and at one time, me and my ex-husband were scrappers, and we actually had one of these too. So he probably picked it up scrapping, to be honest. But why he kept it? Well, that's a different thing, because in my opinion, when I got one, I sold it. We sold ours. We didn't scrap it. We sold it. You know what I mean?
Well, see, and my train of thought is, why would Fred have something like this? I was thinking that somebody had put it in the barn.
Right.
Not Fred.
Right.
Because you heard what just came out of my mouth. Why would Fred have something like this? Because
and also, you found this when he was in jail. Previously, had you checked the barn before checking it this time?
in my mind, I'm thinking if he had something like this, he's going to scrap it. He's not going to hide it in the barn.
Right. I agree with that. I agree. Maybe he just didn't get to it, though. I mean, I understand the concern, but I think the real concern here is that lingerie and this right here.
And the hair, yes.
Why do you have all that stuff, dude? Lingerie and human hair like that? And I don't blame it. I wouldn't. I don't know why anybody. Ziggy called TBI over fucking the bones. Come on. Neither one of them have any room to fucking talk. That is human hair. That is.
She actually, I don't remember that far back, but I knew about the bones and stuff. She actually called TBI about those bones.
What Karen called the TBI over after Fred went to jail, in which she went to the property. She's seen that shit and she called the TBI. Do you blame her? Is there anybody here that blames her?
I don't blame you.
And not one time did I call and I say, "Oh my God, Fred Hill has human remains on Mom's property." And not one time did I do that. I called and I said, "I found human hair and I need someone to come out here and check this out. I found with that human hair what looks to me like pieces of bone fragments. I don't know if it is or not. That's why I need y'all to come out here and look at it and see what this is." They felt like it was a huge problem. Not one time did I say, "Fred Hill," in a neon sign. "Oh my God, it's Fred Hill." Not one time. I did what anybody else should have done.
Yes, ma'am. And it was a blessing that you guys did go back and look at the property and check to see, what's on there. Marie said if he puts the lotion on it. Sherry said I'm blocking myself. Okay, Sherry. Did TBI take the... yeah, they took the items, 120. They absolutely did. Sherry, you don't have to block yourself. You're actually behaving, lady. You're going to block yourself and you're behaving? Silence in the land. Yeah.
Right.
And I'd say if that property was gone over with a fine-tooth comb, they would probably find more to the life. If that was there, there's got to be more there.
Right.
Wow.
I agree with that.
Do you know how many times I walked by that before I even seen it? I walked by that for weeks, several weeks.
Right. There was
I didn't even see it.
Right. There's so much.
Exactly.
Man. Remember, Marlena said that they lowered cotton down there. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Hey, Ellie, I got a question. Let me see how I can ask this. I do not want to get into a long conversation about Marlena Crawford, but were you aware of her being around that area? And I guess just that question. Were you aware of Marlena Crawford being around the area and things like that? Did you and your... No, I do not believe, Deb, that they cleaned up Fred's place. They would have had to have, they would probably still be there cleaning up.
That I never heard her say that.
Say what? Which
That they lowered him down.
You
there?
never met her?
Yeah. I never heard that either. That's interesting. Yeah, Ziggy did. Y'all, that's why I asked Karen to do this with us, because the number one reason why I asked Karen to do this with us is because they sit over there and they slander and fucking defame her almost on a daily basis. And
thank you, John Wick.
She's my friend now. She really is my friend. And it just fucking, it irks me, man. It drives me nuts because I know how it feels. And but I don't know how it feels in the sense that that's her fucking brother, y'all. They sit there and let's take a couple minutes and let's just play some of this live stream that Ziggy did. Just the last time Karen tried to come up and talk with us. And this obviously was triggered by the fact that, Karen's over here saying what? She's not allowed to talk, I guess, is what it is. Karen's not allowed to tell her side of the story, right?
Yeah, I understood discovering what you were saying. Possibly, there's a possibility that they did. Hey, the mouse. Okay, I'm going to turn this back on.
That's why we're here. So, yeah, let's play some of this bullshit. This was called Karen, a.k.a. Ellie, and Fred Hill's evil sister. Sister, speak up what you know or you're going down. Whatever.
The person that's, gave me info doesn't want to be put, in the middle of this, so I am being very vague.
Yeah, so if you guys weren't here earlier, I played it, and she said that she had proof that Karen took Summer.
In today's data-fueled, always-on environment, innovation is key. It's time to reimagine and modernize your data infrastructure. Break free from the challenges of management complexity and storage silos, and embrace a revolutionary storage experience that propels you into the future. HPE delivers the flexibility your workload demands, breaking down storage barriers and freeing you from scale-out limitations.
Sorry, you guys, I ran to grab me a soda pop.
She had absolute proof. But
well, then how come law enforcement had kicked my fucking door in by now? If I did somewhere else.
Karen, all the people that they've accused,
Right.
And if you go back over the years, there's been so many times that Ziggy and Fred have been saying that Summer's going to be found right soon. They're doing it still. Fred is saying September. Well, Fred's been saying every other month for fucking 3 years.
Yeah, Ernie has to.
Again, y'all are full of shit.
But I already had a feeling. I already had a bad feeling. I knew she was dating one of Don Will's buddies around the time Summer went missing. She had just got out of prison like the year before Summer went missing. She started hanging out with, that's when she started dating when Don's friends was right when she got out of prison.
Okay, wait. I've got that sped up. I'm going to slow it down. Let me rewind that just a tad.
And she's my friend now.
Ellie
she really is my friend.
Summer,
and
so they would never have any proof of that.
It irks me, man. It drives me nuts because I know how it feels. And but I don't know how it feels in the sense that that's her fucking brother, y'all.
Everybody took Summer but Fred. Everybody. Fred's the only one. I even thought at one time, just from hearing him saying the times he was, on the road and different things he was doing. And, we have heard so much that possibly maybe it could have been an accident. Accidents do happen. For sure.
They sit there and let's take a couple minutes and let's just play some of this live stream that Ziggy did.
Okay, Ellen.
Just the last time Karen tried to come up and talk with us, and this obviously was triggered by the fact that, Karen's over here saying what she's not allowed to talk, I guess, is what it is.
Apparently not.
That's a good
Karen's
question,
not allowed to tell her side of the story, right? Fuck that. That's why we're here. So yeah, let's play some
because
of this
she's
bullshit.
unstable.
This was called Karen, aka Ellie, and Fred Hill's evil sister. Speak up what you know, or you're going down. Whatever.
The person that's, gave me info doesn't want to be put, in the middle of this. So I am being very vague.
Yeah. So if you guys weren't here earlier, I played it and she said that she had proof that Karen took Summer. She had absolute proof. But
well, then how come law enforcement had kicked my fucking door in by now if I took Summer Wells?
Karen, all the people that they've accused, right.
I'm not sure, Poppy. Poppy's question, I'll pin your comment. Was there any barrels hauled there that day with the junk cars? That's a good question. Yes, we are 420 in it over here. If you want a little drinky, that is fine by me. Y'all are grown. You do what you need to do. No heavy substances. We don't do the math. We don't do the Coca-Cola. We don't do the cracky as wacky, anything like that. I'm just saying. Hey, Mrs. T. The barrel left was painted purple. Yeah, the barrel with the for sale sign on it. Is that the barrel you're talking about?
Go back over the years, there's been so many times that Ziggy and Fred have been saying that Summer's going to be found right soon. They're doing it still, Fred is saying September. Well, Fred's been saying every other month for fucking 3 years. So again, y'all are full of shit.
But I already had a bad feeling. I knew she was dating one of Don Will's buddies around the time Summer went missing. She had just got out of prison like the year before Summer went missing. She started hanging out with, that's when she started dating one of Don's friends, is right when she got out of prison.
Okay. That makes me laugh.
That was a lot at one time.
That was a whole lot. I was very busy. Okay, she's telling everybody I just got out of prison in like 2020, whatever, 21, right before Summer went missing. No, that's not the case. I got out of prison August.
Well, 120 acres, this is just my opinion. Ziggy's behaviors are very, very odd. But she's not talking about 6UP. She's accusing Fred's sister of taking Summer. Is exactly what she's doing. Yes, I did, Mrs. T. I put it up. I'll put it up before I end this live, too. I don't know if they have a vehicle or not, Sherry.
Of 2018, Ziggy. You should know this if you did your research. And the kind
she's
of
really good at research
that I was dating, I had an order of protection on him from 2019 on. You want to know why I had an order of protection from him? Because he broke my jaw. He broke my arm. He choked me so bad, he cracked the bone in my throat. I couldn't speak for over a week. Not a sound. I couldn't speak for weeks, but I couldn't even make a sound for over a week. He about killed me. That's why.
Well, I don't look people up like that, Mimi Jean. I've always said this, and I stand firm with what I believe. If you're doing a background check on someone, from YouTube or whatever, you're not doing it for, good reasons. You're doing it to try to find dirt on these people. And a lot of people have came out on YouTube and told their personal experiences and told us about their lives and have been very honest about it. And unfortunately, it's called social media, and, someone will take what you say and at times try to turn it around and make things look bad. Just because someone has been in prison does not mean that they're the same person after they get out, that they were when the incident happened that sent them to prison. So I especially over here, I try not to judge people because of things that's happened in their lives prior. I'm just not like that. Ziggy and 6UP, Fred's sister on a panel that just added fuel to the fire against Ziggy. Seems to me that was her intention. Well, this is the thing too. People need to understand when you have someone on social media who's coming out and using their platform to accuse you of, okay, great example, taking a child and saying horrible things about you, you definitely, a lot of people go on the defensive, and they have to come out and say, no, I'm not going to let you lie on me. And I'm sure that Ellie felt comfortable going on 6Up's panel. I'm thankful that she feels comfortable to come over here and hang out and chat. She's been so respectful. She's answered chat's questions. She's answered my questions. And I appreciate her for that, for real, because she didn't have to come over. So difference is one is lying and speculating. The other is just reviewing a channel. Yes. Thank you, Curse. Very well put. Yes, she has said horrible things about all of Fred's family.
For the order of protection. If he had an association with Dawn Wells, it wasn't any of my knowledge.
Yeah, and it's not any of her fucking business.
Hey, Dad.
Or anybody else. Why you have an order.
And if I had a brother that was worth anything, he would have been part of my life and knew all this, right? He would have knew all of this.
Oh, yeah.
He wouldn't have to make it up.
Mm-hmm. Yep. A good brother, a good man, the one that Ziggy wants to portray, would be there for his sister.
That little harmless teddy bear of yours didn't know fuck shit about my life.
A lot of, I've said this before too. Ziggy says a lot of things. Sometimes I think Fred will say something to her and she twists it and adds to it to fit her narrative. I mean, there ain't very many people left that Fred and her can accuse anymore. Yeah, 120 acres. Yeah, you're not going to do that, ma'am. I am not talking about Ziggy and 6Up having a problem. So that's not what my live is about. For sure. Yes, I know 6Up and Ziggy have a problem, but that's not what we're talking about today. Ellie, please stay in chat, and I apologize.
Thank you, Becca's Eyes. Thank you for the donation. And yes, I do have the video where Ellie and Julie first went up to the property after, and we'll play that. But I want to play some of this so that Karen can respond. She's always wrong. Her receipts are always screwed up. I don't ever see receipts from Ziggy unless they're manufactured.
No.
Made up, she has made up sources. She'll do it. She just lies. And yeah, Karen, I'm really sorry that happened to you. It's fucked up.
Around 2020 or 2019. And I think it progressed from there. I have so many things. Like, it's crazy how the events have unfolded, but I will tell you this, the one major red flag that happened was her, when I found out from Fred's other sister that she had gone to her, Karen had, and was like, oh my God, like basically over her dead body was me and Fred gonna be together, like she.
What? Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? Yes, we love 6UP over here. I love her channel. We're not talking about 6UP. We're not talking about Ziggy and the issues they have, because this has nothing to do with that at all. So that's not, anything I'm going to discuss. Be respectful to each other in chat, and that's a absolute must over here. So I'm going to pull my chat up. I think Poppy's the only one I have in here right now.
Somebody please explain to me the logic of this. Okay, their whole relationship was a fucking secret until she came out after they got married and told the whole world. And the only person privy to any of that information was two people.
Why did they hide it, I wonder? What was the big top secret thing in it? Because let me tell you, I've seen the picture too many times in my head of her and Fred in bed together. And I believe that was before they got married. And I sat and watched her do things that was like a slap in the face for Laura. But then she's like, oh yeah, Laura, da 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 da. It's like craziness.
Do y'all remember who the two people were? Kathy?
Uh-huh.
And her friend who? Justin? That's the only two fucking people that knew. And from my recollection, Justin tried to talk her out of it. It didn't have nothing to do with me.
Yes, I remember that. I think he did.
He said, Justin said that he would not marry them. Mm-hmm. She asked Justin
that was their honeymoon?
to come marry them, and he said no.
Yes, that's what I heard too.
Unequivocally, no.
And no,
how was I supposed to be break them up and over my dead body will they get married? Right. How was I supposed to prevent something I had no knowledge of? Nobody had any knowledge of until after it was over and done with. And it's pretty fucking sad, Ziggy, that you go on your live and tell everybody Fred didn't want to get married, but I did, so we did.
This is okay. Hold on a minute. I might have just messed it up here. Okay, hold on. I wonder why she kept it so top secret. For sure. What could have made her not? That's weird to me, because she wants her subs to know everything that they're doing, because not that it's any of my business, but a lot of her subs basically pay for Ziggy to sustain herself, right? Yeah, why would you have to sneak to get married? That is weird. Oh shit! Hold on, I got it.
You strong-armed him into everything.
Mm-hmm. And no, Gavin,
You said out of your own
he's
mouth,
not in
Biggie,
prison.
that he did not want to get married.
She was trying to do that shit with Jason. That's why it's good that we went.
Hey, girl. Why do you think? Why do you think they tried to keep the wedding so top secret?
Hold on, I gotta turn my YouTube off. Okay. I've never really thought about it in that way, that it was secret. I know it was last minute. I think from what I've heard Ziggy say, that she was fearful for Fred. She was scared that he was going to get unalived. And then she said if they got married, it would rush the process of him moving along and being able to get to Indiana. They got married. It is my opinion, this marriage is pure entertainment. And for Fred,
not only that,
benefit.
but I wonder if she's taken a life insurance policy out.
Ooh.
I'm going to hell today.
Uh-oh.
I mean, it's just a question. Okay, nobody
That's
come for me.
interesting. Yeah.
Just a question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's start this again.
Went over a little bit of that last night, and we're gonna get back to it because it shows a pattern of behavior. She is a fucking weirdo, man. She is a fucking weirdo.
High level weirdo.
She was like, she's like, I'm going to do everything and anything I can to break them up. Why is that?
Shit, it never fucking happened because it never happened. Why is it? It never happened.
Exactly.
Look, I'm going to speak for me, and then I'm going to let Karen say. But for me, personally, I want Friggy for life. I don't ever want you guys to break up. I want you guys to be together forever, for eternity. I really do.
I have to agree.
Yeah, they do.
It warms my heart that both of you are reaping exactly what the fuck you sow with each other every fucking day in another goddamn state that I don't have to look at you. It thrills me to no fucking end.
Oh God.
I hope you eat each other alive. I really, really do.
And it's funny. It's even more hilarious because he can't fucking leave.
He can't.
Nope, you stuck down. You stuck.
Yeah, he's kind of stuck here with no way to do. Well, I'm sure. I mean, her subs paid for her a freaking flight to go see him. So I'm
not sure if they did or not. I know that she was looking for a way to get there. And I know that someone was going to offer her their fly miles or whatever those are called. But she has since said that Fred actually paid for that trip.
Because from my understanding, the cheapest was for her to take, I call them little commuter flights.
Mm-hmm.
But she ended up going like, I don't know, 3 different states. It was really weird because I'm like, she could have drove there, I think, faster than what she ended up on the airplane.
Well, she don't have a license and she don't have a car.
Does he have a license?
No.
Wow.
He didn't get a vehicle until he went to Indiana. His sister gave him a vehicle, but no, neither one of them should be driving. And I don't, I don't know what his holdup is. I don't know why he don't get his. She's got a reason it's out there, but it's neither here or there.
Right. Carrie said, plus remember, Fred said he had 50,000 and now Ziggy is trying to sue Fred's family members for his part of the inheritance.
I've
I
not heard that.
I don't think I mean, this is my opinion. Unless somebody's giving her the money for it, I don't see her having the money to sue anybody.
Oh no.
So
No, she's wanting to sue everybody right now, and it's in bad taste. You know, like I've said before, when I listen, I don't listen just as a creator. I listen as a sub. You know, I
Right.
look at what I'm watching, and I think it's bad taste to come on your channel and drag other creators and go personal and say I'm going to sue you and reach out to our spouses. It's gross.
yeah,
It's just uncalled
yes,
for,
I
you know,
agree 1,000% on that.
especially when you're you know, claiming that you're all about Summer Wells and that's all you and your husband talk about, think about, eat and drink.
Right.
Well, you would just think there would be more content there on the subject. You know, there's
Right.
just so much that has been talked about but isn't being talked about.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Right. It does.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
That crazy ass bitch now, Fred.
Yep. He'd have to pay all the shit he'd have to go through to reverse that interstate. You already know. I mean,
Yeah.
he could do it. He could do it, but good luck to him. Good luck, buddy.
And this is the thing that always stood out to me too. Fred never speaks for himself. So guess what could happen? All of this stuff that Ziggy's saying, Fred can be like, well, I didn't tell her that. I didn't say that to her. You know, like when she talked to Pruitt that day, his ass was laying in the bed.
Yeah.
She did not offer to hand him the phone. He did not offer to take the phone. Yeah, that was really weird to me because I'm like, why are you not speaking to law enforcement yourself?
Right. What's the setup here? What's happening?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Good luck.
Wouldn't a normal person, a normal sister or sibling be happy that their brother is getting off drugs and they found somebody who's clean? You know, obviously.
Found somebody who's clean.
Well, yeah.
Who the fuck did he find that was clean in sound mind and body? He's with a goddamn nut job that is just as addicted to other things as he was. I would be thrilled to no end if he could actually stay clean.
You want ads?
And from my understanding,
I put myself. Go ahead.
No, from my understanding, he goes and gets urine tests done if he has to.
Yeah.
And I think, yeah, they do them at some pharmacies, but I'm not sure where he would have to go get it done at. So,
well, I think they live right around the corner from probation.
Oh.
So he just walks up to probation and checks in.
My sister,
from my understanding.
I used to, years and years ago, I was really young, but my sister lived in the same town that Ziggy lives in. So, unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, I didn't know her.
Do I need to move the audience? Do I need to move my phone a little bit further? Because I realize my phone has a great speaker. Am I talking too loud?
I don't think so. I think you sound really, really good.
Okay.
I think she'd have to pay.
What I was going to say was I totally understand Ellie's position and all this.
Oh, me too.
If that was my brother dragging me like that and letting his newfound wife, are you kidding me?
That's what I said. You know, this, to me, this interview with Ellie had nothing to do with 6UP and Ziggy going through what they're going through. It had nothing to do with that. So you can't say, oh, she was on there only because Six Up and Ziggy were having argument or whatever. There is a lot of history there.
Mhm.
But in my opinion, that is not why Ellie was up there, you
No.
know. And it is very hard for people to find a safe place to go to
Mhm.
just because like Ziggy's subs and stuff, what are they going to do? They're going to, continuously try to attack Ellie. And Ellie, I hope you come back in. I believe 120 acres left. And I do apologize for whatever they were saying. Um, you know, that's why I kept saying it's not about Six Up and Ziggy. So, because of course, they came in and that's what they brought up. And I'm like, that's not the discussion for the day. So,
Yeah. And like I chat a lot, and if people like this whole interview that you are showing, it's been going on since day one, just in the background and on Ziggy's channel. This drama, this has been happening. This is just now coming out. Ellie's just now coming out with her side, with the truth is all. But this has been going on all along.
well, and this is the thing. The things that Ziggy is saying, Ellie, I feel like didn't have a choice but to come out and speak.
Well, yeah, because she's a part of our community, and things are being thrown around on her name that's not good. She's being lied about.
No, and
I would say, yeah.
to come out and accuse her of being the one that took Summer and all that stuff. My question for Ziggy is, okay, well, what about the other 50 people that you said came and did it? What about them? Are you deciding now that they didn't because now you want to pin it on Ellie?
Right.
So, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
No, that's when it's like this whole if you ask Fred, which Cher just asked him, what's your opinion on what happened this summer? Fred will tell you she was a debt. And, he's got this big, large story of him doing God's work while he was in the halfway house to get information on Summer, even to the point where some guy was telling him that Summer was alive and he could go see her. But yet then then there should be no other options. You shouldn't be talking about nothing else. If that's your story and you're sticking to it, then why are you pointing fingers? That's a pretty solid thing you should be sticking to.
Well,
if
I'm
you're
I'm telling you right now, if he really think that transpired, it seems odd to me that he would put himself in a position where he would be the mediator between Don Wells and a big substance dealer.
Yeah. Again,
I'm seriously.
Fred's everywhere. Fred's name is everywhere.
Right.
Everywhere you turn. And this is him. Fred has made himself look bad. And then by Ziggy having a channel and bringing it out and putting it public, she's not helping it. They're doing this to themselves. And I don't think neither one of them are looking to the future to where this is going to end up leading to. I think they both think they are just free to say what they want to say, do what they want to do.
Right.
And it's going to catch up with them.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that train's about ready to hit something for sure.
I was just told yesterday that beach creekers take care of their own.
Right.
And
that is true. I mean, I believe that too. I believe that too. Okay, let's turn this back on. Oh, wait. Sorry, I had it muted. Low budget channel.
In another goddamn state that I don't have to look at you. It thrills me to no fucking end.
Oh God.
I hope you eat each other alive. I really, really do.
And it's funny because it's even more hilarious because he can't fucking leave.
Nope, you stuck down. You stuck with that crazy ass bitch now, Fred.
Yep. He'd have to pay all, all the shit he'd have to go through to reverse that interstate. You already know. I mean, he could do it. He could do it, but good luck to him. Good luck, buddy. Good luck.
Wouldn't a normal person, a normal sister or sibling be happy that their brother is getting off drugs and they found somebody who's clean? Obviously.
Found somebody who's clean.
Yeah.
Who the fuck did he find that was clean in sound mind and body? He's with a goddamn nut job that is just as addicted to other things as he was. I would be thrilled to no end if he could actually stay clean. But obviously, just like when he got out of the halfway house, that went over like a lead balloon, didn't it, Ziggy? It didn't take much.
It sure didn't. And
he's still in contact with every single body that he's fucking run with.
I was just gonna say that. You can go to the dude's social media right now and see. And he says it all the time. If people want me to reach out to, why are you fucking in contact with anybody from there? They're all active addiction. Ziggy says it all the time. Why are
you? And the fact that they sit for weeks and months talking about drug addiction, but never once talking about going to a meeting, it baffles the hell out of me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of people, because I know people who are on Suboxone and like methadone and stuff like that, and usually they don't go to meetings. They just go get their stuff every day from the clinic.
Yeah.
So
it didn't sound like Fred went. He said he did. He had classes, but then he said something about people came in talking to them about cases. People knew about cases. Yeah, like the Summerwell case. Like, what? What are you talking about? Why would you guys be talking about?
I don't think you would go to substance abuse meetings and sit and talk about true crime cases.
Yeah, that is weird. He didn't get the complete treatment that he probably needed to stay clean for the rest of his life.
Because don't forget,
he's triggered every day.
He was charged with manufacturing.
Yeah.
Manufacturing.
Yeah.
And I don't know a lot about math, but from what I've researched, I mean, these people will make a little batch just for themselves in a freaking, Mountain Dew 2-liter bottle.
Oh, wow.
Girl, it's disgusting. Have you ever researched that?
No.
And the stuff that they put in it?
No.
Battery acid.
Is that the one that has rat poison in it?
Yeah, they probably do put rat poison in it.
Maybe I have. I looked up
disgusting.
One years ago. I had a cousin who was on drugs bad, and I thought, I can't believe you're doing this to yourself. And I gave her a list of everything that was in it. But I don't remember it being meth. I thought it was heroin for some reason.
Oh, Drano. Yes, discovering. They put Drano in it too. And people are putting that up their nose and into syringes to use upon themselves.
Oh, shit.
It's crazy. I know that I had a bad sinus problem going on. This was like probably 10 years ago. It could have been 10 years ago. And I went to buy some Sudafed.
Yeah.
And it stunned me that just because I was buying a box of Sudafed, I had to sign for it.
I remember that being a thing.
Yeah, that was
Mhm.
weird. I was like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Yep, craziness.
Is that still a thing today?
I believe so, yeah. I believe you still have to sign for it.
Wow.
Yep.
Must be good shit.
Yeah, well, that's what they put in the math. They cut it into the math.
Yeah.
So, yeah, crazy. Okay, here we go.
Well, you know, addiction is baffling. Oh, man.
Situation that he was
You know
in.
what I would
So
like
why
a
is it
receipt
that we
of?
have Karen?
What would you like a receipt of?
Proof that he's going to NA meetings,
He's not.
That's
that he is
Narcotics
seeking some
Anonymous.
kind of help, some kind of treatment, some kind of reentry program. Because
No.
let's face it, people, he has been detached from normal society for decades because of his addiction. He definitely needs a reentry program. He needs a treatment program. He needs classes.
And look, he's living with the most irresponsible, unintelligent, like worst adult that he could ever go to, if he had like a really good relationship with a woman that had her shit together, then we could say something, right? He doesn't. He's moved in with a girl who's also a drug addict and does absolutely nothing for her mental health or addiction.
And see, that's what she was freaking out about with the U-Haul incident. Because she kept saying, I got to get my medicine tomorrow. I got to have my medicine. How am I going to get my medicine? And I'm like, how did you get to the U-Haul place? Because I don't know how she got there.
She took an Uber.
That's what I said. I was like, why can't you take an Uber to get your medicine? Now, I don't know how far she goes to get her medicine. I do know that the couple people that I know, they do have to go like a half hour, 40 minutes away to get it. So, so I don't know about that. So,
Yeah. Okay. Ziggy's been very open with her life.
Yeah,
and
she's not. Yeah, she has.
It's no secret.
She's been very open about it. So, okay, here we go.
Ever. Except for sit there and listen to us on YouTube. That's it.
So
and you know
please
what she was
tell
doing
me,
last
Ziggy.
night? Repeating shit I was saying, by the way. We'll get to that on another live stream. Sorry.
So she can't figure out why I can't be happy for Fred that he's with her. She needs to take a good hard look in the mirror, and maybe she would get her answer to her own question. What is there for me to be happy about?
On carparts.com.
Yeah. I mean, I look at this situation and I know they're married and allegedly love each other or whatever. I find it to be very sad in my opinion. Only because we're watching a couple who bonded over a missing child.
Yeah, I see a big crash coming.
Yeah, and I think if Fred went back to Tennessee, I'm not sure that she would even want to go there and be with him. She has really dug herself a hole when it comes to many people from that area and surrounding areas.
I advise her not to go to Tennessee.
I would advise her not to go too. I mean, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
One receipt, Ziggy. One receipt, Fred, of you seeking help for your addiction to keep from relapsing. One receipt. That's what I want.
Not the shit where he calls in every fucking morning at 5:30 a.m. That's something that he has to do to not go to jail.
Now, isn't he on Suboxone treatment or something like that?
Fred?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think he's clean. I think he used to take it back in the day, but what I've heard is when he was in either jail or treatment, he was on an antidepressant,
Right.
and it fucked with him a little bit, and he couldn't take it. So I think he quit it. But no, I think because he was in jail for so long, he ended up kind of going cold turkey and getting off of it.
Oh, okay. Because I don't know why in my mind I thought maybe I just assumed she's
No,
on.
I could be wrong though too, but I've never heard it.
I thought I know she's on treatment. I wasn't sure if he started going also. You know, I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know. So
yeah, I don't know either. It kind of seems like maybe, because there's something happening.
yeah,
I don't know.
definitely.
I don't like talking about it because I know that you have a mixture of audience, and I don't want to sound like I'm picking, because that's not why I'm here.
No,
I'm here
no. We don't
to
think
just
that at all.
conversate. But there is some serious
Well, it's noticeable.
mental something happening that it's unreal.
Well, and like I said, it's starting to become.
It's unraveling.
Yeah, you're watching it happen.
Yeah.
And like you and Deets and 6UP, and there's a couple other people that follow Ziggy and Fred and watch the train wreck, and even me, I don't watch her all the time, and I've seen a few things that I'm like, girl, what is going on?
Right.
For sure. So
Did you catch the whole shenanigans the other day? It's been more than a week ago, when over the whole electric thing and the whole when she got her channel sabotaged.
oh yes, that was something, wasn't it?
Yeah, yet again, why?
She's like,
I think that
oh,
was
my heart, my heart,
irresponsible
my heart.
as a creator to come on and cry in front of your subscribers. Get it together.
Well,
first.
the thing that got me was because she's the one that lied to the electric company.
Yes, she did.
And then it was always, some other dude. She lied to him, but it was somebody else that snitched on her. And I'm like, girl, do you think the electric company is stupid?
Yeah.
And then she's like, and I've got to have $2,500 by like the 11th.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, there are very good-hearted people out there, and I'm sure she didn't have a problem getting it paid, for sure. But my thing is, if you've got your Nightbot dropping that electric company information consistently throughout a live every time, obviously they weren't paying the amount that I don't know.
Well,
I
and
don't
then
know.
that's where you end up being on the Tragedy Pimp exposed list.
Right.
You are a grifter.
Right.
So you know how fucked up I would feel, Mary, if some channel was covering me, just one channel.
Oh my gosh, me too.
Many people. I don't get how that does not bother her.
I don't either, because I'm that way too. I don't like asking for squat. I don't.
Right.
I'm the type of person, if I might come on and say, yeah, I have to monetize this because I'm hard up right now for money or whatever. I don't sit here and say, oh my God, my electric bill's this much money, I need it paid. Oh my gosh, I need this or I need that. I like being in the position where if someone wants to tip me, I'm fine with that, but I'm not comfortable with continuously asking for money, asking for money, asking for money.
Yeah. She's been through thousands of dollars of her subs money. There's been thousands. And she just brushes it off like, well.
The big thing with me, the big thing with me was the credit card,
Yeah.
and that she called the credit card company to see if she could get an increase on that card.
Yeah.
That blew my mind
I just caught a live and
completely.
I hadn't heard of it the first time. I guess she was talking about when cracking cases, you know, went through their little thing with the credit card. And she was like, the lady Cindy that she had got the credit card from, Ziggy had said she better not have gave them that same credit card I just paid off. Like, what kind of statement is that? What are
Wow.
you saying? You got what you needed off that credit card. You paid it off. That's the end of your connection to that credit card. Who makes a difference? What makes a difference? What she then does with that credit card.
It seems like she gets herself in messes and
She has people
continuously.
bail her out.
Yes, people bail her out. That's what I said about the $2,500. I was like, well, you know, if you like it or not, I'm sure that people are going to help her take care of it.
Well, yeah.
So,
And that's how we look at when she comes online and, you know, acting like her dog just got run over. People feel a
yeah,
certain way about it and go, oh man, let me
yeah,
help you. And she knows that.
yeah, it's sad.
And that's not right.
But when she freaked out over her channel getting hacked, that day, like 100 people got hacked.
Yes, they
And
did.
it was all from basically the same people. So
Yeah. Well,
that
she
was
said,
kind
I
of
didn't
mind
see
blowing.
anyone else getting hacked. Well, I don't think anybody in our community did, but there's more people outside of the Summers community. You know, you got to look outwards. It did. It happened.
Exactly.
But she
Exactly.
still pointing fingers, even after admitting and seeing it happen on her channel. You know, the people that took it over and whatever was happening, she watched it and continued to point fingers. So it's purpose. They do that crap on purpose.
Fly said, I'm behind, but in my opinion, Ziggy didn't lives or videos for a few months. The Nightbot couldn't drop it. Auntie Sherry, don't be arguing with anybody in chat, lady. I didn't see what you said, but nip that in the bud, please, ma'am. And no, we don't dox anybody over here either. And Ellie, I hope you didn't leave. And I apologize again for whatever was said and made you feel uncomfortable. And thank you for coming in for real. Okay, let me turn this back on.
We're talking
Exactly.
We're talking about treatment. Anything.
That's the receipts I want to see.
It's not going to happen. They don't even
Just
talk.
one.
They don't even talk about it.
Yeah, but they can talk about everybody walking down the street and what they're selling and who they're selling it to and who's asleep and who what.
Right. Ziggy never noticed that there were needles laying around in Shelbyville until Fred got there. For fuck's sake.
I bet she never noticed all those needles laying in his camper either.
Oh, I bet she didn't either, because let me tell you, I totally believe Twyla when she talked about some of the areas they went to. There was substance paraphernalia all over the place.
Yeah, I believe it.
You know, I think I don't know if Jody said it. Somebody had come out and was like, "No, that wasn't true," or whatever. And I'm like, I totally believe everything Twyla was saying.
Well, yeah. If you got your local meth dealer at the end of the road and people are going down there to get their fix, you know, and they don't want to stay, they want to leave and do their hit and leave. That's paraphernalia. Paraphernalia.
Well, exactly. And
the
the area she said she went to also made her and some of the group physically ill.
Really?
Physically ill.
Yep, I do remember that. Yeah.
Okay, Sherry, I'm sorry. Discovering was just talking to you. I apologize. I'm on high alert now. I'm
And that's-
hyper vigilant now.
I found it crazy that Ziggy would say, there's no way Fred's going back to that Ben Hill, you know. So he was the problem.
He was the problem. He really was. I can see him being a very, very big problem in that area.
He
And,
was. He
you
was
know,
trashing that creek. He was having all that traffic in and out. He was stealing. He was
well, that's what gets
running
me
through the
because,
woods.
you know, Don Wells was like, yeah, Marlena and her boyfriend, husband, whatever he was, coming up here taking stuff. And then we hear this about Fred, and it's like, how do you know Fred wasn't up there pilfering a few things?
Yeah.
And it was interesting when Ellie said that they found that bucket of drywall mud in her dad's barn.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about that.
I
That's
mean,
odd.
yeah, that's kind of wild.
I think there's some setup-y shit going on between a lot of people. I can see
Yeah,
that.
I do too. I do too. Okay.
The whole time she was there.
Oh, yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. There ain't no way. There ain't no way. I've seen that camper. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God.
It breaks my heart that my brother
Me
was an
too.
IV drug user. It breaks my heart. She wants to paint a picture that I'm a cold-hearted bitch. No, it breaks my heart to see my brother go down a rabbit hole that's going to ruin his life. And it ruined his life.
And then
it ruined
others.
his family.
Yes. And
His
others.
whole family.
Yes. And I want to point
His
out,
children.
somebody said in the chat that her daughter is in danger. That could be true. But I want to point out that Fred's children were abused and neglected.
Yes.
Okay.
And see, I don't think people even think about that.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know about it.
Well, Laura, I remember her saying something about when he shot the guy in the throat or whatever. She was like, they took the kids and the kids wasn't even here. I don't know if she was talking about that incident or a prior incident.
Yeah, he shot at his sister when the kids were younger. Like, I think it would have been like maybe 12 years ago. I'm probably off on that.
And was that in Virginia?
Yeah, yeah. And Ziggy denies that, and it's in the paperwork. There's paperwork showing what happened, what was said, what was done. You know, the only thing they talk about over there on her channel is Fred's daughter, who is married to a preacher. The nice story.
Right.
So they don't talk about the real things that are happening.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Fred has been mentioned in a lot of stories with pew-pews. That's disturbing as well.
Well, I did ask Ellie if when Fred was younger, if he harmed animals, and she said yes.
Oh, really?
Yes.
See, I would not think nothing of that. I thought he was the horse whisperer.
I know, girl, but you know me. My mind goes all kinds of places.
Oh, yeah. And I know what they say about people harming animals.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
He's not a fucking good man. He's not a fucking good man. A good man would not be online talking about a missing little girl every day and say, that's all I talk about 24 hours a day. When you just got out of jail and rehab and you're starting to get your life together, wouldn't you be trying to mend those broken relationships, all them years you missed?
I would think
Why
so.
would you obsess over this shit?
Well, that's hard to do when you got some heifer on there who's always on the grift.
Right.
That's her livelihood. That's what she's proclaimed for years now. That's her life.
It's her life now. It's her life.
Finn has a
Well, I can tell you right now, she has to be married to him for 10 years before she can get anything. So,
is it 10? I thought it was 7.
No, it's 10. Well, I don't know if it's different in every state. I think it's 10 years here.
Yeah.
Something like that.
You mean like his disability check?
Yeah. I mean, Social Security and everything.
Yeah.
You have to be married 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
I gotta tend to agree with Ellie. It's because of the situation, because of her being who she is on YouTube and the case. It's just, she is the worst person he could have chose to marry.
Yeah,
Man,
yeah,
you know,
I agree.
I think
I
he could have
agree.
recovered a lot better not being a part of the Summer Wells case and having his voice and his stories out there every day to then just come back and smack him in
Well,
the
I
face
mean,
with it.
he not saying he was a nobody beforehand,
Right.
but I mean, nothing. It sounded like to me made
It's
Fred
not the best case scenario for him.
right. It just doesn't seem to me like he was. I'm gonna go ahead and turn this back on. I gotta take this.
Wells. Her dog is from Summer Wells. Yeah, it has.
Well,
and you know what? You know what? The worst part of it all is Summer. Summer.
that is the worst part of it all, that they are dragging this little girl day after day after day.
Okay, sorry. What I was gonna say was, it doesn't seem like Fred's life before this was anything special where people walked around talking about what a great guy Fred was. And I'm sure people that he sold substances to probably thought he was a good old boy. But other than that, I just don't see Fred. He's getting a lot of attention. A lot of
And
attention now.
it's not good. Yeah. And her interviews with him are not helpful in any way. Not at all.
Okay, here we go.
On the based on their belief that Andy was on the road,
Well, and this
which don't have a fucking thing to do with it. Even law enforcement said it.
You were on the road, and you had something.
I was on the road.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got something to say.
We were all on the fucking road at this point. I mean,
Yep.
Well, if you were on the road, Ellie, then because
Ellie wasn't on the road.
I know she wasn't on the road. I'm just saying, then all of these vehicles that Fred saw that day, everybody that they're pegging being on the road that day, I would think would have saw the same vehicles. But you never know.
all right, I'm gonna play some more of this shit.
Who seems to go against the grain. This was purposely orchestrated and done, and it's all starting to unravel. And she, unfortunately,
You're right about that
fortunately,
part.
put herself out there and basically told on herself when she decided to come out and start being part of this confusion crew, starting in June of 2023 when Fred went to jail. And suddenly, here comes Ellie.
Confusion crew.
Yeah.
Confusion crew.
Right. The conductor.
Yeah, she's the conductor. Toot for real. That's crazy.
AKA Karen Elliott, trying to get hold of my biggest.
You want to know why?
6UP? Like,
you want to know why, Ziggy? I had something to say about your bullshit. I never had nothing to say until you opened that trap of yours and said, if Fred don't get everything down there when he gets out of jail, if all that don't go to Fred, I'll make damn sure that nobody gets nothing. You insert.
I knew it. I knew it.
Oh yeah, she said it.
Yep, she sure did. And I truly think that she thought that they were going to hit the lottery.
Yeah.
I really do. Okay.
Well, I think Fred was under the wrong impression of some things, and he was telling her, oh yeah, I got some stuff coming to me. You just wait.
Oh, well, he was probably giving her the grand tour down there and saying, this is going to be mine one day.
Right.
I can see it.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I feel Fred feels a big attachment to Ben Hill because of it being named after his grandpa and because of their family owning so much property. I can see being attached to it. But you know what? It is what it is. It's not yours anymore.
It definitely is what it
You
is.
got to move
And
on and build another life. You got to let go.
right, right. I mean, well, we're looking at somebody who's um like kind of dependent on Ziggy right now. Not from the area, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And so whatever Ziggy's telling him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fred's looking at it as someone who's very bright in the head, and he's probably listening to every word she's saying like it makes sense. And you know,
I don't know.
uh
I think Fred can think for himself.
Ellie said that's
I
when I
think it's the
stopped
opposite.
making Ellie said that's when I stopped making payments on the house and said it. Ziggy got figured out and they let the bank repo. I would say yes, because I mean, who just meets a man and the conversations that they had, a lot of them were from jail, and she's saying, not even knowing the family, this is what gets me. She does not know his family.
No.
But yet she's going to say, Fred better get what's coming to him, or, I'll make sure that he does.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it didn't work out real good for
Yeah.
them. Fred and Ziggy lost 165. Hey, I'm telling you.
He inherited. Is that the word? Inherited?
Yeah, uninherited. Yeah.
Yes, he did that to himself. He publicly denounced, is that the word I'm looking for?
That's a good word.
That the father of
inheritance.
the property was his father. He was saying that his father's brother is his dad, and
Oh my gosh.
he has
Wow.
made his bed. This is all him.
Yeah, it's, one thing I've noticed about both of them, they seem to say a lot of things without giving thought to what they're saying.
Yes. I
And
said it the other day. She's impulsive.
yes, very much so.
That can make some big problems in your life if you're impulsive.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, let's turn it back on. Hey, Foxy.
Yourself into my family's personal business long before you and him were ever an item, because you had dollar signs in your eyes. No, bitch, you are the reason that I came out and said something, because I don't have anything to hide. I don't have to sit down and shut the fuck up. I ain't done nothing. I would love and welcome the opportunity for you to sue me. I want to see you in court. I sure as fuck do, because I've got a mountain of bullshit that I could throw right back at you. You think I've done something wrong, bitch? You come right out and you show me some receipts of what I've done wrong. You want to go 10?
Well, and let me tell you, Ellie didn't insert herself into the Summer Wells case. I mean, yes, they did go check out Fred's property and looked around, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. But she did not insert herself into that case like they did. And like I said previously, Ziggy saying the things that she was saying, I think I probably would have came out myself if I was Ellie and say, bitch, you need to wait a minute here. I've had enough.
That's
Ellie
right.
said Fred had no property. But I bet he wasn't telling Ziggy that. I bet he wasn't telling Ziggy that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, by now, it's been put out so much on Ellie from them too. You would think that it's time to go, okay, let's talk this out. But
Right.
I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing, let's go harder, let's go more. It's on. Why? That is your
Right.
husband's sister. That is your sister-in-law. Fred loves Ellie. I don't care what happens. He loves her. She loves him. But this
Well, that's
girl
what I
is trying
said. Some
is-
people who are, you know, the abusers in an abusive relationship, that is what they do. They try to, you know, make it to where they are not accessing their family to talk
has
to
no one
them.
but her.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
what happened. He doesn't
Yeah.
have anybody but her.
I know.
That's exactly what happened.
I know.
So, okay, here we go.
Toes down. Why don't you go 10 toes down with some fucking proof?
Roku Ads Manager
Oh,
puts
hang on,
Roku's
guys.
reach within your reach.
Let me get through the commercials. And you guys, please go check out 6UP.
Paperwork that my son signed. Bitch, you're the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. My son is not an heir to a goddamn thing until I'm dead. What part of that do you not understand?
What's
That's
that?
the only thing he said.
What the fuck is that any of Ziggy's business about anyone and who gets what when, you know?
Well, because she's Miss Hill.
Well,
Right?
that still doesn't give her a right
In her
to
mind, it
even
does.
be concerned with any of his family and what they have. She's
got a different personality type. Hey, I'll be here, but I gotta mute out for a little bit.
okay, babe.
Okay.
All right, here we go, guys.
That is that he knew his grandfather, he knew me, and that he didn't want a fucking thing to do with none of it. That's all he said.
Yep.
Proof, Ziggy. I want some fucking proof. I am so sick of you. Shit, the vomit coming out of your fucking pie hole with nothing to back it up. Not a goddamn thing to back it up, and I'm sick of it.
Do you want me to block you? Is that what you're wanting? Do I need to block you, Guillermo? That's Ziggy's ex's name or something, right? Let me see. You had to bring yourself to my attention, didn't you? Let's see what we got. I've seen you before. Who are you? I've seen you before. No, we're not going to block you unless you make us. If you make us, we will. Oh, she's talking about Ziggy. I was wondering because I was like, I haven't seen you say anything bad over here. For sure. That's funny.
You ain't the only one. She's got
I'm at me, bitch. Bring it.
Yeah, fucking. That's what I'm saying. At this point, keep going. I mean, nobody. You have absolutely no credibility at all. You or Fred, either one.
Myself,
at this point,
and she don't understand that I am not sitting here accusing Fred of anything. I am sitting here speaking on things that I have firsthand knowledge of when it comes to Fred and his character and what he is capable of, with receipts galore, Ziggy, to back me up. How much stuff has
Ellie, do you think that Ziggy thought that you were going to come on a panel and call them out on their shit? Do you think she thought you were going to do that? Pixie said, Ellie, I admire you for coming out and voicing your truth and standing up for family. I agree. I agree.
What have I said that I can't prove?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. We're gonna play this with no sound for a minute, but I'm trying to think of something, Ellie. Karen, I'm really trying to think.
Please tell me one thing I've said that I've not sent you proof of.
every single thing that you said to me, whenever you say something like something that, you know, somebody would ask for a receipt, I don't even have to prompt you. I mean, I just went back in my text to dig up to look for this video right here, right? And you had sent it to me the other night. Let me look. July 30th. It was July 31st. I was actually, I think, live the day before something. We discussed it, remember? And that's you text me and you told me all about what happened with some other things, right? And
when he was accusing me, her and him were accusing me of going up there and tearing that camper to pieces and knocking holes in the ceiling and tearing it apart. I said, "Oh, you want me to show you what I found? What me and Julie found when we went to the camper?"
Yeah, and I'm gonna unmute. We'll play a few minutes of it. I played half of it the other night. We'll play it all tonight. But I do want to point out that Julie and Karen are there together. So they left together also, right?
Yeah, because we were riding in the same vehicle.
But the cops were the one that tore the camper up, right, Ellie? Or am I getting a different time mixed up?
Okay. They came together and they left together. So I want to make that perfectly clear. Was there, did you have anybody with you? Was your son with you? Was your husband, anybody else with you guys? Okay.
It was just me and you.
What the hell did Fred think that you were going to do, Ellie? Did he think that you were going to pick up that car motor right there and haul it off?
Julie.
Okay. All right, let's play some of this. This is
Fred's
like a few days after he went to jail. It was actually prior to Laura going to jail. You'll see, Laura will have, you'll see. You guys will see.
Because if he was doing the manufacturing, maybe they thought he had something hid in the walls and stuff like that. Money, yes, yes.
Trigger warning.
I don't know what else here.
I have to say, it is a beautiful area.
See, that's one of their tanks.
I would like to point out also that for me, as a creator, I never would have played this. Never would have even been a discussion at all on my channel if they wouldn't have sat over there for the past 2 years and completely lied and bashed this woman. I wouldn't even allow her to come on here and play this shit. But, Ziggy, because you can't keep your fucking mouth shut and keep your rat in line.
6UpMedia is showing us the video of Ellie and her sister showing Fred's property.
Dad had a couple of them.
Yeah.
There's no go-kart frame. See, powers are running here. Something. Oh, the air conditioner's on though. It wasn't on the other day.
Power that they were stealing. I like to point out.
Yep.
Fred didn't have electric on in his name. That's for damn sure. Neither did Laura.
Nope.
No.
Mom had the power on in her name up until about a year before Summer went missing. And she was having to pay the power for Fred and Laura about every 3 months. They would rack it up about almost $1,000 about every 3 months. And Mom couldn't afford to pay it no more. So she had it turned off and Fred hooked it up illegally.
So I'm going to reiterate that Fred went and he stole electric.
Where was he stealing the electric from? Because from the pole?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe he was hot wiring it.
It would have had to have been from the pole, right? Because the neighbors are few and far between, I thought. Huh. Well, maybe Indiana Electric Company, maybe they were psychic and they were like, we already know what's about to happen here. You never know. Okay.
And they want to say that I hooked it up. No, I didn't hook it up. I don't know how to hook it up. And I didn't. I wasn't the one that called it turned off and reported it hooked up illegal.
Why?
The good sister did. She's the one that called and reported it. Not once. She called and reported it. The power company came out and unhooked it. He also had it hooked up at Dad's illegal because she had called and had it cut off down there, and went ahead and had it cut off up at Mom's also. And I'll be damned if they didn't rehook it back up, and she had to call and have them come out and unhook it a second time. That's when they took the meters out, so they couldn't hook it back up. I didn't even call on that, and that's under investigation too, Fred.
Damn, they went to the point of taking the meters out. Jesus, take the wheel on that.
I know.
That's crazy. Wow. I'm surprised he didn't go to jail for that.
Yeah, that's an offense.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he could have went to jail for that. Wow.
Was he cooking meth, Sandra said? Do you know anything about Fred ever cooking meth?
I heard him talk about it, but I've never seen him do it myself. There was a lot of stuff around there that would could be used for that on both properties.
Well, I'm going to say this, that my ex-partner was actually, he actually still is a methamphetamine addict. That was his choice. He would make it when he could, right? If he could get his shit together enough or get somebody to go out with him. It takes it's hours of a day. It's a lot of work. You have to have your shit together. You can't be out there fucking tweaking, trying to do that shit. Bad shit happens, right? But I guarantee you that Fred Hill has cooked methamphetamine. It was ridiculous that Ziggy would even state that he never cooked methamphetamine. That's ridiculous. I promise you he has, and I promise you.
One of his charges was manufacturing, wasn't it?
That in a dwelling? What's that
Yes.
called, that charge?
Yeah, something in a dwelling. I'll tell you a funny story real quick. My uncle lived in Atlanta, and he moved to Alabama. Him and his girlfriend were renting out their barn. It was like a barn. And the guys that they rented it to ended up, that's what they were doing. They were manufacturing in the barn. And so the police came and arrested all of them. Now, they did say that my uncle and his girlfriend did not know what they were doing in the barn. So they were never charged with that, but they were bound and determined they were going to get my uncle for something. So they charged him with bigamy because, yes, they charged him with bigamy because he had not divorced his wife in Atlanta and was living with this woman in Alabama. Yes, he got a bigamy charge.
The charge is
I never heard of anybody. I've heard that people can be charged with bigamy. I just never knew anybody who had ever been charged with that before. So, yeah,
it's manufacturing, deliver, selling, possession with intent, and then the other charge was maintaining a dwelling for drug use.
And it's still beyond my comprehension, and maybe it's just me and I'm not thinking about it correctly. I don't understand how he was very adamant that Summer's case became 2 years old. They had to close it and reopen it. And when they did that, then his case came up. And I still do not understand that.
But what's there to understand? Just because he said it doesn't make it real.
Well, that's why in my mind I can't make it make sense, which
it doesn't. Her case wasn't closed.
That's what I said. Her case was never closed.
And even if it was, there's no connection between, well, if we hang this one up, we'll go ahead and use, go after this guy. No, and no.
Ellie said he got charged on both properties. Both properties.
Well, I know the one that's in his motion of discovery, that one was at 165. I've never.
I'm
then
just,
he admits he did all the dealing down at 207.
yeah, because that's where Ziggy was meeting him at.
Yeah.
Was in that area, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's start it.
He's done it with several different people, and I don't even know why he tries to act like he didn't. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's kind of ridiculous in the grand scheme of things, you know. He was convicted of maintaining a drug dwelling, for fuck's sake. I mean,
And both of those charges, one was for 207 and one was for 165. Two different properties, same
yes,
charge.
thank you. I would love. I need to let everybody know that as well. It wasn't just for one property. It was two. It was the both the properties. Oh man, crazy. I bet you, and that's other things.
So he gets charged with both properties. He gets charged with selling to two different undercover agents, and he hardly serves any time in jail. That's kind of weird.
I think he had a plea deal.
Do you think he was a snitching?
I don't know. I'm going to plead the fifth on that one right now.
Okay.
How about that?
That'll work. Okay, here we go.
That I don't think Ziggy knows or even wants to know, because she doesn't care. She just wanted it to be her. She wanted this thing that we're about to watch. She wanted this to be her and Fred's little hill. She thought that they were good. That's what was going to happen. That she was going to marry Fred Hill, and she was going to get all this shit, and she was going to live high on the hill with Fred Hill.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
I
what I
do believe
anyway.
that.
Well, I'd say if she was living down there, they would have been high on the hill.
Right. I agree. It still could be in her future. You never know. No. So would you like to give like a status of the property, Karen, before we go any further? And I'm going to go and take a little bathroom break while you do that. Can you do that for everybody and kind of let them know what the status is of the properties and such?
Well,
If
yeah,
you
I
can.
can.
If you're comfortable, if you want to. If you don't want to, you don't have to. That's up to you.
Well, 165 has been sold off. The bank repossessed it. It was bought by a man named Eric Hill in Knoxville, Tennessee. And then it was re-auctioned off, I think, last month or the month before in a second sale online. 207, to the best of my knowledge, is still in the family.
That's kind of weird that the last name would be Hill.
Yeah.
And that he would purchase the property and turn around and auction it off.
Oh, is that what she said? Auctioned it off?
Yeah. She said he bought it. He was from Knoxville. He bought it. It was purchased by him, and then it was auctioned off.
Is someone living there?
It doesn't sound like it.
I know they ought to take 207 and just clear that thing with a backhoe.
Clear it down, yeah.
Yeah. It's beautiful property back there.
It is sad. When you start talking about math and stuff,
Yeah.
it will just anywhere someone's producing that substance, a landlord or an owner of a home has to go through, and there are people you can pay to do it, but they have to go in and clean that home from top to bottom, walls and everything, because the smell of the chemicals are in the walls and stuff.
I can believe that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually a show on YouTube. I can't remember the name of them, but that's what they do. They only go in and have to
crime scenes.
Well, there's the crime scene ones too, but these guys, they only do math houses. So they go in for landlords and stuff and have to go through and sterilize everything and try to get the chemicals off the walls and all kinds of stuff. It's
Well,
pretty. It's
Fred wasn't making it, was he?
well. I'm assuming Ellie, was he manufacturing it? Was he making it at the two properties?
Because
Because
I was always under the understanding that he was getting it from a bigger guy,
and then
which
just
his name's out
selling
there.
it, and then just selling it.
Yeah.
And that could be the case.
And then
I
I've
always
heard a
just
story. Go ahead.
I always just assumed, in my own mind that he was manufacturing it. So, but I
Someone
could
told a story that he
completely
was
be
making it
wrong.
out in the woods, but I've never heard that he was making it down there. I don't think he would. I think he's a little more street smart than that because,
To actually be making it himself.
yeah, to get caught and
She
yeah.
said he claimed he wasn't, but he was definitely using it inside. Thank you,
Oh
Ellie.
yeah, definitely using. Yeah.
Well, that's my bad because the word manufacturing kind of just stuck in my head. So,
Yeah, I don't know why they
that
would
was
slap
just
him
an
with that charge.
assumption that I had. So I'm glad I got that figured out in my brain. So, okay, here we go.
I've not heard of it being sold.
When you trade.
Oh, we got a commercial. Let me get through it here.
If Ziggy would have done her research, she would have known what I know.
Mm-hmm. I think we should just leave it at that. Because the other property was your parents' property, right? The one that got repossessed, it's gone.
165 was technically Dad's property, and 207 was technically Mom's property.
Right.
Mom was living at 207 with Dad, but Mom had her own separate property at 207.
Right.
Both of which Fred and Laura destroyed.
Yeah. And this right here is going to, I really want people to see this. And I want to reiterate that this is, it's a trigger warning, guys. This is, but this is what it is. And because they've said different things, here's the receipt. I'm sick of it. I want people to see the truth.
Yeah, she's been here. The monitor's gone. She's got her shit out of here, too.
No, she put more shit in here.
Yeah,
so mention the monitor.
Yeah, and see, Fred wants to say that I took the electronics and this and that. I had Julie with me and can verify, obviously, that Laura is the one, or one of his buddies, who the hell knows? We assumed it was Laura, had been there and had took everything that wasn't glued down that might have been worse than.
Well, yeah, her shit's right there. You can see that obviously her shit's packed there on the bed there. Looks like that she's ready to, she's getting ready to go, getting her shit together. And you're right. Who knows who would have been up there? Let me just ask you this before I play some more. How many times have you gone over to see Fred and Laura or been by there or known that they have had company over?
They had constant company. There was people going to their house constantly. There was people coming to Mom and Dad's house constantly.
So that verifies exactly what Don Wells said.
Yep, it does.
He said that there were people coming. Yeah.
That's why Mr. Redmond had such a hard time dealing with Fred, because even when his company would come to his house, they would go to Ed Redmond's to turn around and spin and do donuts and rev their engines. And they could have turned into Fred's driveway and left and not even went on up to Mr. Redmond's driveway, but yet there they were. I would have a problem with it too.
I would too. Especially living out in the country, That's why a lot of people have property and live in the country, because they don't want to deal with that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. The red truck that Don Wells talked about, and there's pictures out there that he had taken of a red truck that had pretty much went over a little embankment, went down into a ditch. And Don at that time said that they had came from Fred's, that they had been doing stuff. That's when he found the woman sleeping in the truck. So he believed that they had been at Fred's all night, and that had happened in the morning or something.
Well, that was the wrong time frame. Fred
That
has
was
said who
previously,
that
right?
was. Yeah, and that was previously. So I don't even
Mm.
know why Dawn did that.
Oh, you mean because some people, I guess, when Dawn did that, associated it with being around the time Summer went missing. But it was prior to that, right?
Yes, it was prior.
Right.
Yeah.
So, okay. Well, I remember Jody saying she was in the car with Dawn. He was giving her a ride somewhere, and he was on a panel. I don't know whose panel he was on, but he started talking about the red truck that was in the ditch, and his phone must have cut out on him. And Jody said she made a comment and said, Dawn, they're going to think you're talking about the red truck that law enforcement is looking at. And she said he made some kind of comment like, you know, I don't care. You know, so I think a lot of people kind of was associating that truck with the red truck law enforcement was looking for.
Distraction.
So. Yep. He sent the picture to share. Yeah, he did. I mean, it was out on Facebook too, I think. I can't remember. So, okay, here we go.
In here, let's see if there's any.
She put the gate up there.
She's had the dogs in there.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder if any of Mom's stuff's up here. Is your light on?
Yeah, I just not close enough. Get my keys.
I just want to mention that it actually it is really fucking sad. It's really fucking sad. All of this is really fucking sad. But for me, I'm just going to say that when I see these two sisters having to go up there and look at this, and then, you know, go through all these years of being talked about in such a way, and just
to be accused of destroying this property, going up there and actually destroying this property. Please, somebody make it make sense. How did I destroy something that he had already demolished?
And your sister was there with you, the one that they claim is the good sister. So if that were true, right, then she would have been there with you doing it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if he's calling me a liar, he's calling her a liar too.
He sure is. And here's the receipt, Fred. So obviously, and you telling everybody that you are a clean freak and all this bullshit is bullshit. You were a mess. You were active addiction. You were a thief. You're a liar. And here's the fucking receipt.
Oh, all of her stuff's in the fridge here, I guess. That's why she's got the air on here.
Wow.
Let me figure out how to get this gate undone. I'm trying to.
Snakes now.
I am.
I don't think still about to have snakes. Do you?
No.
Yeah, my ass would have been afraid of snakes in that
Yeah.
area and going through there.
Yeah, I think so.
Now, is this kind of how, I don't know if Ellie's still in here, is this kind of how they lived, or is some of this because when he was in jail, maybe you know, people coming into you know, the campers or whatever, and kind of ransacking it, yeah.
I've heard her say that she had to clean up after him and Laura up at her mom and dad's house, do dishes and clean up, and so I've heard her say, you know, they were a little messy.
Right. Okay, here we go.
Yes, for years.
Start your journey.
Wait. I just, before it went to a commercial, I heard her say something about paraphernalia.
Full of needles here.
So the one laying there is
Wow.
a full. I mean,
Yes,
there's
look at
cans.
all of them.
Yeah, we warned people. It's trigger warning. This is what active addiction for Fred Hill looks like.
Here.
Yeah, you gotta be careful what you're stepping on. You got flip flops.
I know. I've been looking.
All those cans. So for people, I don't like doing this, but for people that don't know, cans are generally used to mix the drug up. So that's why you see a lot of cans with the needles. You could actually see on, I'm not going to rewind and show you, but at the bottom of one of the cans was still the cotton. Very visible in this video.
Okay, they use the bottom of the can. Okay,
No
I
holes
get
though
it.
in the ceilings. I don't see any of that.
Yeah, Laura had claimed when law enforcement had went up there and told her she needed to get out of Dad's house. She claimed that she couldn't. The reason she couldn't go stay in the camper is because there was holes in the ceiling and snakes were falling through, and she couldn't even.
Yes, I remember that. You remember that, Kirst?
Yeah, yeah.
When she talked about snakes falling from the ceiling?
Yeah, she said one fell on Fred's head.
That is wild.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
But
Yeah.
didn't one of the sisters just say there was no holes in the ceiling?
I think that's what she's saying. Here, I'll rewind it just a second there. Okay.
Yeah, we warned people. It's trigger warning. This is what active addiction for Fred Hill looks like.
Here.
Yeah, you gotta be careful what you're stepping on. You got flip flops.
I know. I've been looking.
All those cans. So for people, I don't like doing this, but for people that don't know, cans are generally used to mix the drug up. So that's why you see a lot of cans with the needles. You could actually see on, I'm not going to rewind and show you, but at the bottom of one of the cans was still the cotton. Very visible in this video. No holes though in the ceilings. I don't see any of that.
Yeah, Laura had claimed when law enforcement had went up there and told her she needed to get out of Dad's house. She claimed that she couldn't. The reason she couldn't go stay in the camper is because there was holes in the ceiling and snakes were falling through, and she couldn't even sleep up there. There weren't no holes in the ceiling. There weren't no snakes falling through, but you can obviously see what was preventing her from being able to sleep up there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All it would take is a good day of really cleaning up that place, and it wouldn't be too bad, you know? Really, I mean, especially for somebody that didn't have anywhere to go. It's got running electric,
Exactly.
you know?
Mm-hmm.
I've lived in worse, I'll tell you that.
Because here's her bed. Here's where she sleeps.
No, here's the skylight, but if there was a hole in it, it'd be leaking because it's raining, Julie.
Exactly. But she said she told you that she couldn't lay in bed with the snakes without the snakes falling through the ceiling on her.
I wouldn't be able to lay in that damn bed anyway. Get all that shit cleaned up before I mean, fuck them. I am praising these women for even walking in there. My gosh.
We had went up there.
So when Laura was out, staying at the camper and stuff and was on people's panels, that's what it looked like where she was staying.
She wasn't there. She was staying with other people.
Oh, I thought that she had been doing a couple lives from there.
I believe that was somewhere else.
Okay.
She was close, but no. I wonder if other people that were coming down there and using, you know, it's been brought up about the Hep C and whatnot. I wonder if other people were coming down there and using and leaving their needles.
Oh, yes. And
Yeah,
then
that's real life junk, man.
It like community needles.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's scary.
That's crazy. Okay, here we go.
You can hear Julie telling Karen too, be careful of your, you know, your insanity. Be careful because you never know. Like, fuck.
And the main purpose of why we even went up there is because Laura had already went through Mom and Dad's house and packed up all of their stuff, anything that was worth having, and hauled it out of there. And I'm sorry, Glenda, but Pete Clark is the one that was up there with the trailer helping Laura haul stuff out of there. I know this because I talked to him face to face.
Right.
Pete Clark, Brandon Clark's dad that passed away.
Yes.
Interesting, right? Huh.
The small circle.
Very small circle, sounds like.
There you go.
And I'm sure he was just trying to be helpful. I'm sure that's all he was doing, was trying to be helpful and not get in the middle of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Laura is the one that put him in the middle of something. And we had went up there to see if she had took some of Mom and Dad's stuff up there. Fred wants to say that I stole everything. No, I didn't take it. You had money up there?
And it was interesting, too, because don't forget that Brandon Clark is the one that was allegedly driving Laura to the jail because Ziggy asked her to go to the jail to give Fred money or something. And she just happens to get a ride from Brandon Clark, and they get pulled over. And weren't they found with substances in the car? Or am
know
I
Laura,
wrong?
she got possession of something.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know if it was paraphernalia or the drug, but yeah.
Yeah. Kind of strange there also, may I say. Well, I'm sorry, but when he took JLR through the woods there and was showing JLR the area, I was like, what in the world is this guy doing?
Yeah.
So that
He
was
knew it. He knew the
yeah.
trail.
Okay, here we go.
Fred? No, honey. Laura's got it. And I tell you, you already know, if Laura had it, that went up her arm real freaking quick.
Quick, like, yeah, I mean, and look, the deal with that is that that's a known thing. Like, okay, so addiction is a disease. That is the definition of it, is that you continue to do it no matter what the consequence.
And Fred allegedly, I think Ellie said, when Fred got out of jail or wherever he was, rehab, halfway house, the first person he hooks up with is Laura.
Yep.
So I don't know. My common sense meter tells me that was a conversation that I'm sure him and Laura had. He probably knew that she took that money, I would think.
If there was even money.
And then you're going to accuse your sisters of taking money while you were in jail with 20,000 people coming to your camper to hang out and do their stuff. Make that make sense.
You know, you'd think if he was able to be bonded out, I know Ellie said they told them under no circumstances, do not bail him out. But if he had all this cash on him and he did so much time in jail and he had money, you would think that he had at least one trusted source, whether it be Marvin Simpson, somebody to bond him out with his own money. So I'm under the belief he did not have that money. And before we get any further, you know what's really crazy about those trails, and you know, we don't know where Summer is, and you'd think they know something because of the cameras that do exist.
Yes.
Another reason why I want to know the truth behind these footprints is because of everything past Simpson Road, past the Thompsons. I believe that Fred's cameras were pointed inward, not at the road, but at the houses. So he wouldn't have caught anything. And I don't know what Redmond caught, but, you know, did they take her out the back way?
Well, the thing also that we have to remember is even if they did see a certain vehicle or, you know, different vehicles or whatever, I'm sure that Summer couldn't have been seen in the vehicle anyway. I wouldn't think that they would take her out of there, you know, where somebody was going to actually see that they had a child in the car. But I
Right.
have to agree with you that they probably did take her out a way that may not even really,
That
I'm sure there's
we're not
trails
thinking
in that area that
Yeah.
we don't even know that they're
As
there.
Jody says, the trails of wee wee wee.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
okay, here we go.
So,
Mm-hmm.
Here we are. I mean, 6, I remember that your ex did to your home after you broke up. You sure did, girl. But yeah, I was going to mention too that the Stars had said that the ground is poisoned. And we did talk about this in the last time we spoke. Do you want to talk a little bit about the fines and all that real quick? About the yeah.
I didn't even find out about that until after Fred had went to jail. And Julie had mentioned something about it, and I'm like, what? She shows me a piece of paper. Says, yeah, here it is. Me and Mom didn't even know about it until it happened. So that's still out there. I never paid it. It's in Fred's name. Julie, as far as I know, hasn't paid it. So there's still fines out there for Fred to pay.
Do you recall how much they were? Like,
I would have to dig up the paper. I've got a copy of it.
That's what we'll do.
You want ads that drive results.
Wow. See, this is what happens when you push somebody to the point that they have to come out and say, no, ma'am, you're full of shit. And I'm going to tell you why you're full of shit.
Yeah.
This happens.
You're good. I did make a goal in the chat for super chats. Karen already said that she'll come up and hang out with us again, but I figured we'd do a super chat goal. Also, I want to mention again that I have not played this video all the way through on a live stream yet. We kind of stopped around here, remember last time, because I did want to have Karen up here with me while I played it. But yeah, we will get that receipt, and maybe we'll just bring that next time we hang out. But like she said, as far as she knows, it's still owed. They did get fined. Yep. I'm pretty sure that it came from the county, right? It was like a county fine, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Here.
Thank you all for being here.
The bed ain't in here, I know.
This is where they sleep, is what I tell you.
Right.
And the ceiling's fine in here.
I mean, actually, I want to say that if they weren't in the position they were in, they could have made that a nice little place there.
Now, not the washer, because Ellie already said there were a bunch of washers that, old washers and stuff that didn't work. That's one thing that stuck with me too, him saying that there were little girls' clothes in the washer. I would like to know which washer it was, and I would like to know, just out of the blue, why would he go around looking in the old washers on the property? I mean, kind of strange.
Is there any picture proof of this? Was that ever put out? Was that turned in?
I don't remember. I still have to find the Dave Radar on Duty Ron's, because he was talking about the backpack and the clothes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he said that he was told about it, but I can't remember if he said exactly who told him about it. But it had gotten back to him somehow. So I still have to find that. Okay, here we go.
Land is beautiful. The land is.
Oh, it was a nice. It was a beautiful place. Mom had the camper there. It was all clean. There, you could sit out front and listen to the creek and just nature in general. And Mom had it nice until Fred went there, and he destroyed it. Him and Laura both. They destroyed it.
It's awful.
It was a beautiful little spot.
Yeah, it's even more awful that they sit here and say that you're the one that did such. I mean, it's just.
Yeah.
Something else, man. Christy said they always think that there's cameras around, like you aren't talking about. Why are you so? That's another very well-known symptom of methamphetamine abuse. I've been around a lot of people that will be like the law, the DEA. I mean, I don't even know how many times that I've been at a party where people are using that kind of substance. And I mean, you hear people talk about the blinds being torn apart. It's real. It is a real thing. Like, people will get very paranoid. They will see things. They will see shadow people. And for Fred to sit there and say that he didn't, and that he would stay awake for 30 days at a time and never, I mean, the shit he says is just, it's not even close to being true. It's so.
And that's a sad thing too, because most of these people who were addicted, they're getting their days mixed up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then we're having to go
losing days altogether.
Or losing days. Absolutely. Yeah. And that's not been beneficial to Summer's case at all.
Absolutely
in
not.
my opinion. So, okay, here we go.
Outlandish and ridiculous. It just proves what a liar he is.
That was just a sympathy call to see if we say, oh Lord, well, we'll let you stay here.
God, look at hold on.
They say, oh Lord, well, we'll let you stay here.
I mean, there is fucking garbage everywhere. Look at all them. Oh my God.
I know that.
Yeah, fuck it. Just throw the cigarette butts on the floor, at that point.
Yeah. I'm talking about looking at bags of shit right there and see if she's got mom's shit in it. Be careful though.
Yeah, you guys probably should have had gloves and pants on. You should have been all hazmated out, but
yeah, we needed a full hazmat suit. But in the heat of the moment, you don't think of those things. You're just pissed off that two people can cause so much destruction.
It's terrible.
That's crazy.
Oh, I found a bunch of jewelry. And look what I found. I don't know if it's mom's or not. Look what I found. Good. Cross my knee. I don't know what I found. All kinds of fucking jewelry. I'm sure that's hers. I don't know. All I want is mom's stuff. Me too. I don't want anything. I want more jewelry. Oh shit, I'm dropping it. I really ain't seeing nothing of mom's. Nothing but them pair of shoes. And I don't know if any of that jewelry would have been mom's or not out of safe, but I doubt it. Or we'd find a safe up here, right? Well, you would think. And that's what I was looking for too.
Well, and I want to remind everybody too, again, they said a few seconds ago or a few minutes ago that it was raining. So I can hear the rain. I have headphones in. I can literally hear the rain. And they walked all through that camper and there is no rain coming in that camper at all. So just wanted to point that out.
RC.
And
so no holes in the ceiling. Crazy.
I was going to say, are you like me when you're listening to a podcast or a video where there's nothing to watch, just, you can listen. For instance, the interviews when Ziggy was interviewing Laura, I remember the years back listening to it and me having a totally different vision of all this.
Right.
This is not what I was thinking.
No, me neither.
At all.
Me neither. This was not even a thought.
No, I was thinking of Laura sitting on the porch, on a deck, maybe sitting in a lounge chair,
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it was a little too much of a fairy tripping on words. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
But I didn't know the truth of all of it either, so.
No, I mean, I know what Twyla said about the area. I knew that it was pretty bad, but to actually see that they were living like in this environment with, the paraphernalia and everything and just the hoarded mess and junk. I never pictured Laura living like this for some reason. Not at all. Okay, here we go.
Of course, I'm sure that Ziggy and Fred will say that Karen and Julie turned off the camera and left, and then Karen came back by herself and did all the bad shit, right? Of course.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay.
More stuff out of the kitchen. Huh? More stuff out of the kitchen. Is that her glasses? It's her whatnots, mom's whatnots?
Oh, Stars, I'm glad that you asked this question. If I am not mistaken, Ziggy stayed in this house at one point while visiting Ben Hill Road, or I'm just imagining that. I want to say that Ziggy has said that she was in there interviewing one time, and then she said the other day that she never went inside the camper. So which one is it?
Well, I remember her telling that she trying to take up for them and say that she went and interviewed them, and she went in the front door, and everything was clean and tidy. The bed was made. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Sorry, Ziggy. I don't think that you walked into a tidy bed. I must say. That's crazy.
Man. Yes,
the bed was made that day too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It had a bunch of junk piled on top of it, but the bed, there was a sheet
right.
There was a sheet thrown over the bed that day too.
Sure was. I swear at one point she said she had been, I'm telling you, she did. And also, what I want to mention is with the interview that Dietz was just playing where she had Yennefer with her. So it was like the second one. I thought that they were all sitting in the camper because Ziggy said something about her feet being cold. Remember that? And they're like, come in. Mm-hmm. So I'm like picturing it in my head that they were like on the outside there on the camper. And then they were like, come on in. You know what I mean? I don't know because I wasn't there. But I know that at one point Ziggy said she went in, and then she said, I never went in his camper. She has, that she contradicts herself so much. Running Bear, thank you so much for the super chat, love.
Well, it is hard to
I missed that too.
Right.
So
I missed that Ziggy went in.
Well, she admitted she went in, but then she changed it. So I don't know if she went in or not, but at some point she had said she went in to interview him. So Laura stated they went to junkyard for 3 days prior to Summer missing. Fred stated didn't leave the house at all on the 14th. Yeah, Laura and Fred's statements are very contradictory to each other for sure. She said a lot of things, and then Fred was like, no, that's not the way it went. And, one thing I've seen, and I think everybody else notices it too, which I hope people do notice, that a lot of people who have, not Ellie, I'm not saying Ellie, a lot of those people who's come out on YouTube, especially ones who were ex-addicts or addicts, they come like with Laura. I seen she came out on YouTube and it was a time when she was broke. She was broke. She had no money. It happened with Marlena. They needed some money. They were broke, and, they came out to tell whatever they were telling because of that reason. And I really think if someone is going to, come out and have a conversation and not make it about money, I find them to be more truthful in what they're saying than per se, somebody who's seeing shadow people and, they're living in a car with the windows broke out or whatever. Not a good situation to be in. And of course I feel for that happening, but it kind of tells a story of someone who needs money that's going to come out on YouTube and, say whatever they're going to say in Summer's case. for
Yeah,
sure.
that's why
So,
I didn't, after Marlena came out on PG's, I made nothing about that because I clipped it all and listened to it twice, and there were so many contradictories. What's the point?
yeah,
What am
yeah,
I going to
I
show
agree.
you? That she's lying? I can't show you just my opinion on it. So
Right,
I didn't cover it.
right. Okay.
Right? It is a lot. It is a lot.
Yeah.
Here, I'll play you
You
a
know,
little clip, Running Bear. I'll play this real quick because it's kind of funny.
I didn't see any of you guys crying like I am. Hello? You guys weren't upset? Is that why you put him on Do Not Resuscitate? Because you want him gone so you can get shit as fast as possible? Is that what's going on? What the hell?
With over
Oh,
one,
that's when Ziggy was throwing her little tantrum. Oh my God, she was so over dramatic. It was like, what? Are you kidding me?
I can't respect it.
Huh.
I can't.
That was funny.
It really just some of those clips, man, just really highlight the mental health of it all. You know, I didn't mean to cut you off, Karen. People are giving us.
oh, I was just laughing.
You know what, guys? Actually, whatever I make from tonight, I'll do like I did last time, and I'll split it with Ellie.
Oh,
Split it
wow.
with
Well, thank you. I didn't expect that.
Oh, that's cool.
Why not?
I didn't expect that.
I'm
She
not
did
here
that
for
last
that shit
time.
anyway.
Well, I didn't come in
appreciate
here with
it,
no
you know?
expectations either.
Right? I mean,
Hey,
Ziggy's
Mary.
gonna say they're being paid anyway. She already did. She remember last time when she did that
Mary.
shit? Yeah. I'm like, yeah, of course.
Yeah, Ziggy can say that, but then she turned around and paid Fred. So make that make sense.
Mary,
What?
don't you say what to me, woman.
What do you want, lady?
I want to talk about something.
Okay,
Someone
go ahead.
said something in the chat about the scrapyard. Do you remember in the beginning, after all the inconsistencies came out about Fred and the scrapyard and it burning down, did someone call the scrapyard? And if so, who?
I'm pretty sure they did, and I'm trying to think of who it was. Because see, I was having a conversation with an individual from who had family in Beach Creek, and they kept mentioning to me that there was I guess a dump that was fairly close to Beach Creek. And they kept mentioning it to me, and they kept saying things like, I wonder if that's been checked and all of that. Well, this person kept telling me they were talking to TBI and stuff, which, you know, I kind of take all of that with a grain of salt anyway. But to me, I'm like, that is a question that maybe you should be calling TBI and conferring with them about instead of asking me if you really thought that it was a place that needed to be checked. But yes, I'm pretty sure that somebody did, but I can't remember who it was. And I'm trying to remember correctly, I think that they asked what time they closed. I was pretty sure about that. Now, as far as going and asking about Fred Hill and, you know, possibly the last time he was in there or whatever, I don't know if they went to that extent, but I do remember somebody did, but I can't remember who it was. Girl, there has been so many people calling TBI. I mean, and that's like I roasted Crystal, and it was like months ago, and I get this crazy comment saying, oh, I turned this over to TBI. If they start talking about this person in my family again, they were kind of like threatening me, and I'm like, What the fuck are you talking about? Why would you send TBI a roast? I hope they enjoyed watching it. But I'm like, and there's more to that, girl.
Yeah.
I would love to tell you about it, but yeah, just pure craziness. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Turn it over to TBI.
Yeah. What for? Yeah.
That's what I said. I don't even know what I was talking about. We were just having fun. So somebody trying to rain on my parade curse. Can you believe that?
I do believe it.
Honey. Okay, here we go. Yes. No carrots. We don't do carrots over here. Tiffany Marie ruined carrots for us over here. So, okay, here we go.
Of course, Iggy. You know, I want to point out that when you went to go see Fred Hill the first time, you brought him drugs and money. Okay, I don't give people drugs and money to talk to me. I'll tell you that.
No,
that ain't gonna happen.
And that's something she can't wrap her mind around to either. I have never. I'm blessed. I've never been in active addiction. Right. One of the main reasons why is because I had to deal with it.
Right. And you know what she said? She said many times that you're a drug addict.
Yep.
I'm like, that's kind of fucked up because you are. Ziggy is a drug addict and she's married to one. So.
She says that because I've got a drug charge from when I went to prison. But, you know, like I said, Fred don't know fuck shit about me because if he did, you know what that drug charge was for? 2 Lortab 10s and an accommodation charge for 1 Xanax. Honey, I'm a high roller. I'm hardballing it all the way.
I'm sorry, that's funny. Yeah, it wasn't for math, I can tell you that. So that is so funny. Ellie, you're pretty funny, girl. I gotta give you that.
She's ready.
Yeah, stars. We all did this to get together to pay Karen. Yep.
Yeah, we're crowdsourcing right now.
Crowdsourcing to get this fucking camper cleaned up, for fuck's sake. My God.
No, it's just like salt and stuff like that.
You look at this, right?
Yeah, that's what the fuel is.
How did she bring him drugs and money? Well, she drove there Chrissy Treat in her van with her child. And I want to point that out too.
With her child in tow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So
that is what I said. She was taking her child around these environments. I was like, what are you doing? The first time I seen her do it, I was like, what are you doing? And then I kind of quit watching her because I'm like, whatever. But yeah, that is crazy. That is just crazy.
Yeah, like it makes it better that you had her sit in the car and lock the door. What are you talking about? That's even worse. if your child has to be locked in the car for safety.
Well, excuse me, but a 5-year-old little girl went missing in that area, and you feel comfortable enough to take your child there, whether you have her lock the doors or not. And believe me, her daughter was old enough at the time to be able to unlock that door and get out and go wherever.
Yeah. Well,
so
that one time she said, I don't remember who she's talking to, Fred or Laura or whatever, whoever. And she said, yeah, I got to go pick up my girls. Apparently she had brought maybe one of her daughter's friends with her. Got to go pick up the girls from Warriors. So you're telling me she dropped them girls off at Warriors?
What?
I mean, there's no other way to look at it.
I would hope that she had another adult with her. That is crazy.
Well, she had tour guides. She had Kathy and, is it Yennefer?
Oh, but yeah.
She didn't bring anyone to Tennessee with her.
The Scooby Boob crew. Molly Golightly, Bullhorn Betty, JLR, and CWO, and Ziggy. Yeah, because I remember Cam and Allie were telling a story about Candace, and they had been helping her in the basement. I don't know what they were doing, but Candace asked them to come back the next day, and they said they told her that the kids were out of school. They couldn't come back the next day. And Candace said, "That's all right. You can let them play down here. They'll be just fine."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "You said your child went missing from the basement. Your child went missing from that area." That made no sense to me. I was
See,
like,
I look at it different. I mean, even if we knew 100% that Summer was abducted, I wouldn't think that I would be putting my child in danger having them on the property just because it happened before. I don't
well,
know.
no, I get it. I get it. Still weird to me though,
But it is
because
weird.
I'm like, yeah, the way that they said it was without even a second thought. She was like, "Bring them, we'll put them down here. They'll be fine." Even though personally, I don't think anybody opened that basement door and took Summer out of it.
I don't
But
think she was even in the basement,
I
to
don't
be
think so
honest.
either.
I
I
don't
don't
see any
either.
reason
And
for it.
I was thinking about that also. And how do we know that Candace even walked her to the door?
Why
I
would
mean,
she?
Lawson, that's exactly right. Why would she?
There's no reason to,
Summer was raised there.
Yeah.
And, Lawson said what? That the boys said they last seen her on the swing.
Yeah,
How do we know that when they got back that Summer even went into the house?
we don't.
We don't know that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of scenarios. I think in my mind that that little script that's been told was specifically thought of in whatever amount of time she had to think of it, if this is the case, because there's only so many ways up to the property. And so you got to situate yourself somewhere to where you can absolutely say, yeah, I seen her, but she went there and then disappeared, and I wasn't able to see from there then what happened. Are you getting what I'm saying? So
Right.
Candace put herself at the camper. She put that she last seen Summer safe and alive,
Mm-hmm.
and then I don't know what happened. And then the basement door theory goes to that side of the house where she can also say, I didn't see nothing. Well,
Right.
but yeah, you can. And people will argue with me that you can't see, but yes, you can.
That's
Now
what I
you
heard. I
can't
heard that
see the
you can.
basement door, but you can see because when Cam was there taking that dog food, he was videotaping himself with a big old bag of dog food, taking it from the basement to the dog trail. And Allie was up at the camper and she was videotaping, and she just happened to catch him
Right.
walking from the door to the dog trail, and
Right.
you can see it.
Well, that's what I said too.
So don't tell me you can't, because you can.
Also, another thing that I truly believe is that Candace did not want to lose the boys. I think a lot that had been added to this conversation and timeline of Summer going missing was to make her look like she was a helicopter parent, and
You think
that
so?
yeah, and a better mother per se than what she really was. I'll say allegedly or whatever, but
I
so
hear people say that, but I don't see that. I don't think she was thinking helicopter mom. I'm sticking with it's the scenario she had to make her story make sense of. How can she not know what happened to her? You were there, so how do you not know? Well, because I
Well,
was over here and she went that way.
right. But one of the reasons I kind of seen that is because you have grandma giving her interview, and she's giving her interview and, you know, saying, oh, my knee was bad. Candace was really worried about it. Blah, blah, blah. Dawn immediately came out, you know, talking Candace up, saying that, you know, possibly it was some of the so-called friends she was hanging around with, which was an interesting statement to me because, you know, was he speaking on Allie and them? Because
Right.
even though they were having their outs, I do not, in my brain, put Allie as doing anything to
A
Summer.
bad friend.
You know.
Yeah, no, I don't either. No. And you know what Fred has just recently mentioned? He said that he ran into Allison and Grandbun on Ben Hill after Summer went missing. They were up there partying, getting drunk, and I guess told him they were going to call the law on him because his truck was broke down. I don't think so.
Why would they tell him they were going to call the law on him because his truck was broke down?
I don't know, but I mean, we've seen the interviews and those. I don't think that there was a relationship like that after Summer went missing.
Not after Jose.
Yeah, I don't think they were coming to Ben Hill.
Had they had, maybe, because
And even
remember,
Grandbun was coming with.
She could not stand Candace. If you go back and listen, she could not stand Candace.
No, she said she was dirty.
I mean, even when Candace was coming to Allie's, that was one of the things that Candace questioned, whether Grandma was there or not. And even when Candace had came over, I believe the conversation was, yeah, you can come by, but Grandma's coming or something, and she doesn't like you.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't see that transpiring because after the Jose incident, now the chicks with dick thing was weird to me. But whatever transpired on that hill while Jose was there, within a short amount of time, Allie was out of there. And remember, Hunter says Candace called him. Summer's missing.
Yeah.
And he says, if that is the truth, then you call Allie. And he made the statement that if she called Allie and told Allie that, then he would believe her. So that was interesting too.
You know, I think he said in that interview, a lot of people get it wrong. I've listened to it over and over again when they're talking about him, talking about Candace giving him the alcohol. I hear him say, I didn't tell them about the alcohol. I didn't tell them.
And he probably.
So maybe that's why there was no charges. He didn't say it. He didn't tell them.
Well, and you know, I was trying to see things from Hunter's perspective too. He had been in some trouble. He was going through all that. He had a girlfriend. And to me, the last thing what was he, 15 at the time, I think?
I think so.
15-year-old boy is going to do is come out on a social media platform, especially in the Summer Wells community, and admit that him and Candace were doing inappropriate things together.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think they were, though. That's my opinion.
I don't think so either. I mean, were they, flirty or whatever? Yeah, the conversations that they had were definitely seemed to be inappropriate,
Right.
between the two.
Right.
But
if you
yeah,
look at Candace, like as in she's just one of the boys, then how would you look at it? So if what I'm saying is if Candace is in the middle capacity of a 16-year-old, okay, and Candace is kind of like a chameleon. She doesn't know who she is. She has a lot of different personalities.
right.
Might even be a disorder to a point, you never know. But okay, so let's say I'm painting her as a 16-year-old. Okay, then she's good buddies with Hunter. So therefore, when they're talking back and forth, they're buddies. So would you look at two guys talking to each other in that way would you look at it as an inappropriate conversation? No.
Right.
Did I make sense on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because Don at some point had come out, and this is not his word for word verbiage, but Donna came out and said that Hunter had been sending Candace inappropriate images or whatever he said. He felt inappropriate. I'm sure that it probably wasn't a big deal to him, until he found out that they had that conversation with Chris McDonough. But he said that there was inappropriateness going on, but people want to look at it in a sexual way, and I don't think that I don't think it was physical like that.
I don't either. I see no reason for him to do that with her. He wasn't an ugly boy.
No,
he had
not
a girlfriend.
At all. And he had a girlfriend.
So why would he do that?
Well, where where a lot of these people mind goes on social media, right?
I do. Yeah.
It's straight to the gutter.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's like, let me get you a ladder. You can crawl out of it sometime. So, okay, here we go.
The drug that she had was marijuana, but I want to point out that Ziggy, it lives in a state where it is not legal. She drove with it across state lines with a minor child through the state of Indiana.
Now, let me say this, because in Indiana, you are allowed to carry up to an ounce. If you go over that ounce, you're in big trouble. If you get caught, they will give you a ticket, and you will end up paying a nice hefty fine for it. So anything under an ounce, they just write you a ticket for it now.
Like a possession ticket?
Yeah, basically like a possession ticket.
Yeah.
And then they go to court and they make you pay a big fine. And let me remember, because I knew somebody who got pulled over. They didn't have an ounce on them, but they had to pay the fine, and then they had to do some online class or something like that. But it was a pretty big fine. I remember them telling me the fine was outrageous. So
Chris in your chat says, I think Allie was influenced by Candace. What do you mean by that, Chris? How do you think she was influenced, and which way?
Yeah, how would you think Allie was influenced by Candace?
And you know what else? Now that we're talking about it, remember the 911 call that Allie made about getting her kids off the hill?
Yes.
Why didn't she just say, get your butts in the car, let's roll? Why was it
she said Candace had a weapon and threatened her.
Okay, I missed that.
Yeah, that's what she said. That Candace had a weapon and threatened to remove her head with it, I guess.
If the kids went with her.
Yeah. Something like that.
Mhm.
Kind of weird, but my thing was, if that was the situation, why didn't you take the kids with you to start with? Because grandma took her to work. She got a ride to work from grandma, I think.
Yeah.
So I couldn't understand that. But then I guess she went to pick the kids up, and Candace was like, no, you ain't coming around here or something. So
You think Allie liked drama to a point?
Allie liked what?
Drama. You think she was a drama queen?
My opinion on that is yes. Well, I think yes, I think she was, but I think her mom and her grandma and Leslie were bigger drama queens.
Yeah.
That's what I seen.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
absolutely. Because that's what I said. I'm like, okay, well, Leslie did not like Candace. And
Right.
so I'm sure anytime that Candace was mentioned by Allie or whatever, you know, I think everything that they all got together and talked about was all negative.
Yeah.
I don't think it was a positive conversation. I think it was all negative. I mean, you've got Allie, her mom, her grandma, and Leslie all together. Yeah, I don't
I think
think
they formed an opinion real quick about the
very
situation.
quickly.
Yeah.
And it was interesting to me too when Hunter was talking about the dry drowning. And my mind went to a 15-year-old is not going to think about something like that. I'm
No, it was
sure
talked
that,
about.
yeah, it was talked about. Absolutely. So,
Yeah. Did it ever confuse you, or do you know why they talked about Summer hitting her head on a rock? Because I never one time heard
I never heard
Hunter
that.
say it.
I
But
never heard Hunter
Candace
say that
rebutted
either.
it and said she didn't hit her head on the rock. Well, no one
I
said she
think
did, Candace. So
I'm well, because this was a mistake that Chris McDonough made.
okay.
He told Candace to watch the interview that he did with Hunter and Allie and Leslie and Grandma before he interviewed her. So if I remember correctly, I hope I'm not wrong. I don't want to steer anybody in the wrong direction. The conversation that I believe was mentioned when Chris McDonough was talking to Hunter. So when he was having the conversation with her down by the watering hole, she obviously remembered that was mentioned, and I believe that's why she said that. That's what I remember, though. So I hope I'm not wrong, but that's what I remember of that. So
You have to open up the vault and start watching old stuff. Go back to the beginning.
girl, I've been
That's
looking
where
at my
the answers
notes.
are. They're in the beginning somewhere.
Well, I've been looking at my notes, lady, and you just wouldn't believe how you have made me remember things that I've completely forgot about. And then I start looking at my notes, and luckily with my notes, I've got them, you know, transcribed from like the first interview. You know, I tried really hard to go down the line and get everything dated and, you know, go through that. And wow, there is just so much. Just so much. So,
and all that so much has been flipped into so much. I really hate for anyone to say that Hunter unalived Summer intentionally. It's
no.
really a very sick thing to hear. And I hope everybody that can hear my voice right now that doesn't even make sense.
No, it doesn't.
If
And
you look at everything that we are capable of seeing and knowing factual wise.
well, we have to remember also, people need to take into account the actions of Hunter's father. You know, that's craziness that I consider a little fire. And I mean, Hunter's even came out and said that the kids weren't dirty. They had a washer and dryer. The kids had clean clothes. Now, Jody Sue did make the comment that it seemed like after grandma came that, you know, things seemed to be a little better, whatever she meant by better, as far as the kids wearing clean clothes and things like that. So you can either believe that just because Dawn said she never bathed, that the kids weren't clean. And in a lot of the pictures and things like that, the kids are clean. So, I mean, but some people don't believe that the kids were physically or mentally taken care of. So, and that's fine. They can believe that if they want to. I just have different, you know, different ways of looking at things. Okay, let's get this started again.
Kentucky and Tennessee. All three states would have arrested her for having that drug on her with a minor. And yes, there is receipt that she did that. I can prove it.
And if arrested, she would have had reckless endangerment charges too.
She does have endangerment charges, Karen. Went on.
Oh God, I didn't know that.
Yes, her DUIs. She had another person with her both times, and both times was charged with endangering that other person. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's
Damn,
why
I didn't know she had
says, I have one
DUI
DUI,
charges.
and she leaves. No, she does not. She has 2 DUIs in 2 different states, and both times she was charged with alcohol intoxication over 0.15. Also, it's that high alcohol content and endangering another person. Both times.
Wow.
Thank you, T.O. girl, for the $10. Canadian money. Thank you, girl. Ziggy is what she accuses others of. You're right, Stars. You're completely right about that.
And wants to sit and say, why can't she be happy friends with an upstanding woman? Oh my God, show me one and I will be.
Right?
Somebody please show me one.
Remember when he was getting ready to, like when they first got married and she's like,
hey, Chris,
he's going to come down here and teach Caitlin how to ride horses, and cook all these home cooked meals and do all that. Girl, please. Third DUI would be a felony. I mean, most likely. Yeah. She's lucky that the second one she got wasn't. I think the only reason why it wasn't a felony is because she got busted in another state, and they probably didn't know about the one up in Indiana.
Wow. I am going to stop this right there. I'm gonna have to do a part 3.
Yeah,
I got a few minutes, so let's kind of talk about what we've known so far. Now, I am gonna say, you know, I'm not gonna sit over here and you know, dog on Ziggy for her addictions or whatever. You know, I think throughout our life we all do stupid human tricks, you know. And it is sad. And I also want to say, if Fred is clean and he's staying clean, more power to him. I do, this is weird because, you know, of course we're showing Ziggy and her madness at the moment, but I hope, especially for her daughter's sake, that that the train stays on the track and doesn't derail. But I do kind of see that with my own eyes happening, and it's sad. Do you realize how many people's lives that we have watched just disintegrate?
Yes.
on these YouTube streets.
Yeah.
We have watched the Wells family be torn apart. Now, I'm not going to sit up here and say that it wasn't because of a lot of the shit that they were doing, because it was. But how heartbreaking is it? We watched a little girl disappear, a family disintegrate, and then we sat and watched where their oldest son does a video asking to find a forever home.
Yeah. Yeah. I just watched that again the other night.
That is crazy.
Yeah. And I hope to God that whoever gets to get him does not know anything about this sideshow.
Well, I hope so too. And, you know, there's a few things I know. I just, you know, I'm not gonna, it's not my place to really come out and talk about it. I've heard a few things that was kind of disturbing, you know, and it's kind of crazy. And at one point, all three boys were together, and you know, just so.
I know it's hard to
so
talk
sad.
about, right? But it's part of the case. But because they're children, we don't talk about it. But you know, there's so
Right.
many possibilities, and just shit is what it is. And
Yeah, very
we shouldn't
sad.
talk about it. Yeah.
Very sad. And we can sit and
What's your
listen to
opinion on
Don.
this? What do you think about this?
I think this picture is beautiful,
Yes.
but I wanted to.
Do you see Summer? Do you think of Summer?
Well, that's why. I
Do you see
mean,
Candace? Do you see Dawn? I don't see it.
I don't. Now
I
this
think they
is
captured the mouth.
okay. Wait a minute, because this is where they've got her side by side picture, but the other one, I don't know.
Look on my wall. I posted it for you.
Okay, yeah, I just pulled that. Hang on. Did you post the old one?
Yeah, it's right beside it.
Okay, wait.
It would be my
Okay. So looking at that,
like, see, I think that picture looks older than the newer version.
She did look, I think, a lot older than what they were trying to put out there.
I've seen where people have created images of the existing pictures of her and made her
Right.
look older, and that's perfect. And so maybe because I've got that stuck in my head that's what she should look like.
It could be.
But I just don't see it.
I mean, I'm looking at the cheekbones and then the chin.
I mean, should these two girls not at least resemble each other? Because I don't see that either.
Well, I mean,
if I did not know this was her progression picture, I would never say, oh, that's Summer Wells.
No, I wouldn't either. Absolutely would not. I mean, the eye collar is kind of spot on.
Well, now see, they're two different colors in both pictures, unless the picture's
But
just
from my understanding, what they do is they take family pictures and kind of use as a comparison.
They like
you
morph
know,
them together and go from there. Yeah.
Right.
But
Sage
that's why
said,
I
look at
said
the photo of Dawn's mom and compare it to Summer. It must look a lot
Dawn's mom.
like Exploited said, I see a female version of Josie. Yes, now that, hey, Lippy, now that you mention it, yeah. Wow.
Okay. I'm covering their hair.
She's
Mhm.
definitely a beautiful child, no doubt about it.
But she's not real. That's not a real child. That's a made-up child. It's a drawing.
Well, no, I completely get that. I get what you're saying. But I think in our minds, Summer's always going to be this 5-year-old child.
5-year-old.
She's always going to be this 5-year-old child.
I understand that she's going to grow and her features are going to look different, but just to a point, you stay the same. You have a similar look.
Right.
And that does not look like her, in my opinion. I think I
don't know. I wasn't crazy about the first one they did.
No.
So
I think they could do a little better.
I like I said though, allegedly they take different pictures of family members and use those to kind of for the profile and things like that. So I guess if they believe that that's possibly what she looks like and someone finds her just from even glancing at it, that is always a positive, I guess.
Yeah.
So, hey, Karen. That is crazy. That is crazy. It is weird to me though, like you pointed out that, you know, they're showing us where Fred and them lived, and that blew my mind. That kind of blew my mind. For some reason I was not expecting that at all. Not at all. Kind of mind blowing it was.
We're getting further and further away from what's important here.
No, you're absolutely right.
And I'll admit that, you know, I know too.
And I know a lot of people have said it before. You know, we need to go back to the beginning. We need to go back to the beginning.
Yeah.
And I mean, I totally don't mind doing that. I don't mind pulling up my notes and talking about some of the interviews that we don't have anymore. There's many channels on YouTube that these people just don't have their channels anymore and their content's gone. Or they've taken it down for a reason. You guys would not believe the amount of harassment that was going on with you know, some YouTube creators and stuff in the Summer Wells case. Some creators didn't like other creators talking about it. And I mean, there were people who were not very nice to each other. I'll say that for sure. So
it'd be interesting for you to go over a Chris McDonough interview. Have you done that?
Which one?
Either.
With Hunter or Dawn?
Candace, actually. Hunter or Candace. You know,
oh, Candace too.
Things.
I don't mind going over that stuff.
Yeah.
Not at all.
And I do think it's
they're
important.
all interesting. And I even wrote the timeline that they were trying to tell us. And I started that morning with Dawn.
Yeah.
Because for some reason, in my mind, I want to know about the whole day.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It is still important to me that we keep on this Fred train because of everything that he has said and is continuing to say that I do not think is true. And even to the point of, I don't even think he's seen Dawn the 15th, the morning of the 15th. I asked somebody, hey, by chance, did you guys talk to Dawn and ask him, you know, if he was out and about with the boys that day? And their answer was no, but I can't put that out as fact.
Okay, because this is something I can't put out as fact. A creator who was close to Don Wells had told me that Don said, yes, he did have the boys with him that day. I couldn't
Really?
put it out there. I don't know if it's factual. So I've never put it out as something that was a fact.
Mm-hmm.
And also, you got to remember the text from, I think it was Jenna to Candace, stating about Dawn being home around 3-ish or so. Candace, but she says, I said that you did not see him. And Candace, her reply was okay.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. So there's
yeah.
no confirmation of anything.
Yeah, it was just okay.
Okay.
So,
Mhm.
you know, and it's been really hard for me because I do know a lot of people. There's a lot of people who are friendly with Candace and would talk to Candace and stuff like that. And
Mhm.
I never asked them what they talked with Candace about, only because number one, it wasn't my business. And number two, I can't repeat something that I don't know 1,000% isn't factual.
Yeah.
If I do, I let everybody know that it's hearsay or speculation, my opinion, or whatever. Because that's why we're kind of in the situation with Summer's case anyway, because so much of it, has been put out as factual information when it's not.
Yeah.
So, kind
Yeah.
of crazy there.
Yeah. What was I going to say? Oh, I recently heard two different creators, and they both had two different times that Dawn definitely left work that day. Well, you both can't be right. So just stuff like that. And it matters when it comes down to people calling in TBI texts when they don't need to be. When you're calling in because you heard a creator tell you something and because they said it's fact. And they
Right.
showed you nothing, but you are so hooked and mesmerized by this creator.
Well, that's what I've seen. I've witnessed creators who, they've come on their platform and they've said, "Oh, well, this and this happened." I wonder if TBI knows that. They know how they word it if they're going to get their subs to call.
Mm-hmm.
They don't
Yeah.
do it themselves because then they can say, "I didn't call." But, some of these creators, it doesn't take a lot to get their, subs to kind of do their dirty work for them.
Oh yeah,
So,
they're slick.
I mean, definitely
They're
have
slick.
seen that over and over and over again.
You would think. I mean, I don't listen to a lot of people anymore because it's the same old, same old. What drew
Right.
me in the beginning was because of what they were talking about. They knew things that Dawn was saying or Candace was saying, and I wanted to know everything I could know. But now, years later, it's like, man, they're coming on every day, every night, and putting on the same live, but then adding things to it. And
Right.
at this point, it's just a show. But
Well, that was
you're
like
terrorizing Summer's name
um
and everybody that
when
lived around her.
when the Fred and the Box story came out. That was pretty freaking disturbing to say the least. But what that told me was Fred's an idiot if he thinks that he's holding on to something like that. So, because the story went something like Fred had it, he was holding on to it in case people came for him or something. And I'm like, are you out of your mind?
Yeah.
The minute that Fred Hill gets caught with something like that, his ass is going down.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know, that subject has come back up.
Yes, they were talking about the boxes that people put animal carcasses in.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, they have boxes, and what what they do is they use these boxes, and you know, if a deer gets hit or an animal, you know, gets unalived, they'll throw these carcasses in these boxes. They leave them in there and let them decompose, and then a lot of people take the carcasses and they'll take the bones and they actually make things out of them and they sell them online.
Okay.
So
Well, I've
that
heard
is
of that.
true there, but you guys, and I don't like to talk about other creators, but this Fine Ryan's Truth,
Yeah.
I'm not feeling this guy for some reason.
Well, that's where I was talking about that it has come back up. He was talking to a couple from Beach Creek, and he was saying, see, there was two separate stories, and Fred listened to it and told Ziggy about it, and then once it got to her ears, she went off on Ryan saying that she was going to sue him because of what he said. But that's not exactly what he said, because she was told that the conversation, Ryan said that he wired somebody up from Beach Creek to get some information from somebody, which I don't know why he would
I
even
think that
do
would be
that.
illegal.
But the recording got messed up because there was a fan. But Fred was under the impression that Ryan was saying the conversation that was recorded was about him. That is not what Ryan said. So there's no reason for Ziggy to start suing and thinking she's going to live in Ryan's house, because that's never going to happen. Yeah, but that's crossing the line for me. What would you guys think if I told you I wired someone up?
I wouldn't be happy, because
Yeah, why would I do
number
that?
one, I would not think that is that if they, that I don't know how that would hold up in court.
Exactly. I mean, TBI has full capability of getting what they need from someone.
Right.
If you got someone who's a source, and then tell them to go to TBI.
Yes, thank you. That's the way I feel about it too.
Let's do it the right way.
I mean, for sure. I'm not saying that they have bad intentions or whatever, discovering. My only opinion on them, they're just not my cup of tea. I mean,
You haven't heard Ryan say what I just said, because it's there. It's on the past few lives he's done.
Well, the shit barrel is when I was done. I was done. I thought it was in very bad taste that you got a little shovel and you're digging in a shit barrel, knowing that you're putting out that you're looking for a little missing girl, and that disgusted me, and I never watched him again.
I don't know why they were searching his property in the first place.
So
it was searched. And I know they said they didn't show the whole search, but it's still the point of.
Right.
I seen what you were doing. You guys were looking under tarps and rugs, and I don't know.
There may not have been a shit barrel, but they made it out like it was a shit barrel, Robin. They sure did.
There was no shit barrel.
And that was in such bad taste for me that, but that's just me. I'm an adult. I can turn them off or I can turn them on. Absolutely. He holds a camera, he doesn't search. Well, I mean, look at what was it? The Hatfield and McCoys that found that guy's body. And if you really pay attention to that, she's saying they're close to the body. Yes, cursed. I'm looking at my thingy. Absolutely.
This one,
I was looking at my private chat
I
there.
think you need to be more stricter with your opinions on these people and me. I try to hold myself accountable. You need to hold us creators that are talking to you guys about these missing kids. We need to be telling you to our best ability and knowledge, not making up stories. And,
I agree.
guard your wallet, guard your heart.
Yep. Absolutely.
Be a little smarter about things. Not everybody has good intentions.
Well, I'm not going to sit here, you guys, and debate Find Ryan's Truth and his wife being good or bad people. I mean,
No,
I
I wouldn't point him
personally,
out either. I'm pointing out as a community. I wasn't pointing fingers at Ryan.
yeah, they don't like that though, Cursed. They do not like it when you're like, I always say this. A lot of times if I hear something and it's to the point I'll cover it, I always tell people common sense.
Yes.
Common sense will a lot of time answer your own questions. If you have a question about what somebody's saying with some of these creators, use your common sense, because once you can do that, you're going to see where things make sense and things don't make sense. And then you can disregard what doesn't make sense. So I've said this from the beginning, from following Summer's case from the beginning. There are little fires everywhere. Little fires everywhere. You had to take out people from the area that were fighting amongst themselves over something. You got to push that to the side. Things like that didn't have anything to do with Summer's case. So and I know with new people, it is going to be really hard to, prioritize different things like that as far as with the information. But if people can do that, and I wish newer people would be able to do that. That way they don't get caught up in a lot of that dumb shit, And
people are they're wanting to talk about it. They're wanting to be able to chat, and they want to be involved. And so there
is absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Right.
There is absolutely nothing wrong with that.
But there are people who will take advantage of that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, I mean, I've seen a lot of things happen in this so-called Summer Wells community that, I still shake my head at it. And I do try to tell people, I know that, going back to the fake Fed and going back to all these people raising money and different things like that, I put that in a totally different category. Because if you start putting all the financial gain of all these people into Summer's case, then you're having to look at all these people like they're suspects too, and or persons of interest. And you have to know when something was just about money and something was about, Summer's case per se.
Yeah.
What is very sad to me is over 4 years later, we still have people lying blatantly. They're caught in their lies. Their contradictions are shown. And people are still hanging on every word that these people say.
Yeah.
And, if they want to do that, I'm not going to, try to convince them otherwise. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't try to convince either. I hate seeing it happen.
Well, and I think it's sad too, because I don't talk about Summer's case every time I go live. There's there's nothing new that we know of. But when I've got Curse coming up and having conversation with me, I will definitely talk about it, because I need, I say this all the time. It's always nice to have somebody to bounce things off of, and see what you think about it, and then things that you will say will remind me of stuff. And I just sometimes I get to looking at my notes, and I've got so many notes that I'm like, what page is it on? Is it on page 8,000? So this is what I finally did. I took some index cards, and I'm actually writing down what page number to find specific things. That way I can find them quicker.
Okay.
Right now I'm just at a point where I'm like, oh, I remember this, and I remember this interview, but then I spend 20 minutes, trying to go through my notes to find out where it is that I'm looking for it, and it's kind of a pain in my butt. But I'm getting there, Cursed. I am getting there, lady.
Dates. Dates are important. When was that said? So
yes, and one thing I am really proud of myself for doing, because when I was writing things down, I was writing the date down. I was writing down where it came from. So that was real important to me, because I just didn't want to take notes and not have where I can show where it was said and stuff. So I absolutely did do that. So, and glad I did, because like I said, a lot of stuff is gone now. A lot of stuff is absolutely gone now.
I'm kind of glad I missed out on the first 6 months. It's nothing I didn't miss. There's nothing out there that can't be retrieved. That's important. A lot of crap happened, and I'm just glad I missed it, really.
Yeah.
I came in.
Well, I mean, like I said, I was watching WJHL a lot. I was transcribing their interviews, even though you can find them out there. What you have to kind of be careful with news interviews too, they will cut them up, and you might get this part one day and then get the other part a day or two later, and sometimes that throws somebody off. So I always try to, I'm a 2 or 3 article type of person. I like to at least verify things with 2 or 3 different articles than just to use one, and maybe it not be correct, because not everything is correct. Not everything is correct. So yeah, there's a lot.
Let's get these flyers and posters out. Let's get Summer's name out there. Let's do that. I don't see it all too often anymore.
No, I don't think.
Do you have to have a certain amount of subscribers to post on your community wall? Is it 50?
No, I don't think so.
Like if Joe Schmo is a subscriber, do they have a community wall?
I don't think so to start with. I don't know how many subs if Flies was in here, she could tell me, but I don't know. I don't know how many subscribers.
I just wanted to suggest to people, even if your theory is she's long gone and needs to be found. I said that wrong. Share her poster, because she might not be.
Yeah, I'll definitely share. Put this on my community wall. When I'm done, I'll go over and put it on there. And I want to say too, I appreciate everybody being respectful in chat. And I had somebody come in and say something about 6UP or whatever. This wasn't about 6UP. This wasn't about Ziggy. This was Ellie talking about her brother.
Yep.
She wouldn't have had to have come out to defend herself against what Ziggy and Fred were saying if they hadn't put out horrible, blatant fibs about Ellie and the family. And, you know, you do get pushed into a position where it's like, forget it. You want me to come out here and defend myself? I'm going to be showing things that you're not going to like. So I don't know how Ziggy or Fred, either one, could throw a little tizzy fit about it when look what they have said. So, nana nana boo boo, you know what I mean?
Yes, I agree.
So, but we are going to do a part 3, Cursed. When's a good time for you though?
Mid-afternoon.
Mid-afternoon?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Like
I did today?
the hubby's gnawing on his leg right now. He's hungry, you know, so I should probably get off and go cook or, you know,
Well,
feed him something.
yeah, I don't want somebody eating their leg.
Yeah.
Kind of weird, lady.
For me.
For
and you
sure.
didn't cover Amy Bradley yet.
Who is it?
Amy Bradley. Amy Bradley.
Amy Bradley.
Yeah. Oh.
Dang it. You're right. I had her pulled up and everything.
I watched the Netflix. Well, I started to again.
Oh my gosh. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
That is crazy. I watched the Netflix thing too.
I want to make a video on it. I might do a live on it. And then I thought of you. I thought, well, she didn't do it. Maybe she'll talk with me on it.
Yeah, I will. Let me know. I'll come over and come up with you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That is a very, very interesting case.
Yeah. I think the woman's out there. And I think she's savable.
I think she is too. For real. I think that they put her in a trafficking situation, and I think that, you know, after all these years, you know, she probably doesn't even know anything different now. So
I think they got her drugged out.
I figured it had to have been something like that. For sure. I do know that I am going to do a small live tomorrow on missing Jaden Spicer that was found unalived, and his mother admitted that she had given him sleeping medication and gave too much.
Oh, I only seen flyers. I didn't know that they had found him passed away.
Yes, they found him unalived, and they found him in a shallow grave, and the mother admitted that she had gave him too much sleeping medicine. They also said that she had basically told the other children what to say. Yeah, it's sad. It's definitely sad. Craziness what these people are doing.
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
As always, darling, I'm always here. But let me know when you want to do Amy Bradley, and I definitely will come over.
Well, if we're going to do it, I'll do some heavy studying and see what I can upload. And
cool.
Everybody keep Miss Christine's family in your prayers.
Yeah, I was getting ready to finish knocking on heaven's door for her.
Cool. All right.
I had started
I'll see you in a few days then, probably. You'll do it.
Okay, girl. Thank you very much.
Cool. Kick me.
Bye. Okay, thank you, Curse. It's always a great conversation. Yeah, allegedly she gave him too much sleeping medicine is what they said. That's what she said anyway. 6UP, thank you for that interview. Girl, sorry. I know I talk too much. That's why it's taken me forever to get through it. Ellie, thank you so much. I appreciate you. for coming in and talking with us again. You know, you're more than welcome over here anytime. We don't necessarily, have to be talking about your brother and his wife. You're free to come over and come up on panel anytime that you like. And you guys never know what we talk about over here. There's always so much different stuff we talk about over here. I am going to start this song over again and play the whole song. It is long. Bob Dylan is singing it. And absolute prayers going out for Miss Christine and her family, and to all of Miss Christine's friends. Our prayers are definitely with you guys. And so here is Bob Dylan knocking on heaven's door. Praying hands for Miss Christine and her family.
With Liberty Mutual.
And wow, can you believe it? It had a commercial. All right, I'm going to go ahead and stop it there, you guys. But yes, prayers for Miss Christine and her family. Thank you, Poppy, for hanging out again today. Thanks, Flies, for popping in. Debbie popped in. Matthew, I am not sure what to do with you yet. I am not sure. My brain doesn't have the capacity to deal with you right now. Snooky. All right, thank you guys. I appreciate you. Go check out 6UP, Deets, Cursed, and I can't think straight right now. But I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, and I will catch you later. Tomorrow, yes, we're going to be talking about the 10-year-old little boy from Kentucky and see if we can get maybe a clearer update on that to see what's going on. When me and Kirst talk about Amy Bradley, I will let you guys know that's an interesting story. She basically went missing off of a cruise ship, and it is really, really interesting. John Wick, thank you for becoming a new member. Thank you for gifting 2 memberships. Zena, thank you for being a member for 11 months. That is great. All right. Adore you guys. Peace out. Have a good night.